dress needs to slip off. That hair needs to come down. Friday nights need to do what Friday nights need to do. That's the truth. Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark needs nitty-gritty under that pale moon. Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots, knocking boots, me and you. Oh, long weeks need a weekend. Cheap drinks need a slinging. That dance floor needs some me on you, and you on me tonight. Sing-alongs need to be sung. Tip bells need to be rung. Last calls need a call. That cab and back seats need I want you so bad. Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark needs nitty-gritty under that pale moon. Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots, knocking boots. Girl, me and you. Doors need shutting, lights need cutting, lips need locking, boots need knocking, and birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark means nitty-gritty under that pale moon. A sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots, knocking boots, me
Sunset so late tonight, I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues. But there's a green-eyed, dark-haired beauty on some beach by Monterey, letting waves wash her pain away, but I'll never know. But there's some boys out in Okie that are praying to get the job done, hauling hay and fighting off the sun with ladies waiting in town. My summertime blues, summertime blues, I've got nothing left to prove. I'm out of touch and out of tune, singing I bought a ball. The sun sets so late tonight, I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues.
Dear rodeo, I'd be lying if I tried to tell you I don't think about you. After all the miles and the wild nights that we've been through, Lord knows we had a few. Dear rodeo, I'd like to say that I took the reins and rode away. No regrets, no left unsaid, just turn the page. Oh, but you know better, babe. Between the almost atoms and broken bones, the dream of a buckle I'll never put on. I'm jaded, oh I hate it, but somehow the highs outweigh the lows, and I do it all again, even though we both know I'd still have to let you go. So dear rodeo, I tried like hell to tell myself it was all your fault. I held on tight with all my might, I just couldn't hang on, and that's hard to hang your hat on. Between the almost atoms and the broken bones, the dream of a buckle I'll never put on. I'm jaded, whoa, how I hate it, but somehow the highs outweigh the lows, and I do it all again, even though we both know I'd still have to let you go. Dear rodeo, I'd like to think you miss me too, but I know you don't. Oh, but that don't change the past, and that don't change the truth. I'm still in love with you, dear rodeo.
dancing and singing to some good old boys like me. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I brought along a little courage and a Coleman cooler just to help me out. My hands are shaking like a canebrake rattler. Nothing's gonna save me now. Might as well jump in head first, lay it all on the line. What am I worried about? Never gonna be a more perfect time. 'Cause baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I've got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. Well, I didn't have money for a Broadway show, but the crickets are singing to the radio, and we've got tickets along the very front row. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. Well, I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. My baby's got a heart of gold. The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, stand tall like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in 08. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you'd think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day he broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river. You bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you'd think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming.
kids are in town for a funeral. So pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. Finally learned the hard way that all good things take time, friend. I heard a playing lost soul sing his songs true. It make a southern boy cry, turn a northeast man confused. And I woke with a fever, sweating oceans again. There's mirrors in hotel rooms, but I do not recognize them. Maybe it's the feeling that I get in my sleep, that all the memories in my mind are only mine to keep. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in song. And do my best to keep truth in song. All of my old friends miss having me around, but highways work both ways, and I can't stand the liars in town. If you need me, you can find me slightly out of control, 'cause highway boys don't rest and don't hang hats till they're home. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. So if you need me, call. If you're in love, fall. Just know that highway boys don't stick around at all. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in song. And do my best to keep truth in song. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. There is concrete below me and a sky above so blue. I'm finally leaving Austin and I wish it was with you. I am just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? Remember Northwest mountains, they were snow-capped in June. You were napping on my arms on a a Sunday afternoon. But babe, I've gotta heal myself from the things I've never felt. Repression is my heaven, but I'd rather go through hell. It's about time that I left Austin. About time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as the train rolling through town. About time that I faced the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I'll drown before I flow. You remember getting drunk on the outskirts of this town when I gave you all I had, but it still let you down. Everyone I've ever loved has either left or died. Wish I was born with concrete shoes, but I'm leaving tonight. It's about time that I left Austin. About time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as the trains rolling through town. About time that I face the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I would drown before I flow. There's concrete below me and a sky above so blue. People ruin people, I don't wanna ruin you. I'm just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? And I'm finally gone from Austin. You finally settled down with a man who didn't move as quick as the trains roll through town. I finally had to face the hard times I've let go. Loving you's an ocean I'd have drowned so you could float. You took a train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your old man stayed. Took 28 years of blood I was lost in to feel loved on my own birthday. And I always felt like I was in between something like home and somewhere far away. But tonight on the west side in a bar out in Brooklyn, I saw tears outline your face. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, but you're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of your bloody teeth, but you're home somehow. And I'll be upstairs with the guitar I was given when I was barely 14. When did McGlinchey's get so crowded, and why are the crowds so damn great? I lost my mind on the streets of the city, and maybe I lost all hope too. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to get to this evening with you. state. Took 28 years of blood pumping through me to feel loved on my own birthday. I lost my money to some dirty old bookie way up in Philly. He was a bad man, but you can't bet your life on the table when you've got yourself a bad hand. So I went and got my good friend Mickey, and we made ourselves a bowl in the sand. Wound up bleeding on the bar floor, and we don't bet on ball no more. Where the bets are tough and bartenders meet, the great American bar scene. My brother from Tulsa has got himself a warrant, but he's on the run up in Cheyenne. They hem me up and ask me some questions, but I ain't no damn rat man. Put cuffs on so tight he started bleeding from his wrist down through to his right hand. Put state trooper on the record machine, the great American bar scene. Neon lighting, wooden floors lightly as her feet quietly slide across. Tough boys of all came and went. She's a heaven sent, and I'm at a loss. So if you've got the time, I've got the quarter and a two-stepping song called Hey Porter. Why's love always feel like a fever dream in the great American bar scene? My heart stays hurting and hands stay working. I'm still just a sinning man. I've tried like hell to keep my health, treat others well, and understand why life's unfair, uncertain, and mean in the great American bar scene.
One, two, three.
Somebody save me from myself. I spent so long living in hell. They say my lifestyle is bad for my health. It's the only thing that seems to help.
I need a house on a hill, girl, not in 'em. So hang on to these words, to them avenues, help you forget 'em. 'Cause I love you more than a California sunset. I love you more than a $20 sundress. Hate that loaded down car you got your keys in, girl, but I hate even more that you're leaving. 'Cause I love you more than a feeling when the bass hits the hook, when the guy gets the girl at the end of the book. But that ain't you and me, so I guess I'll see you around. 'Cause I can't love you more than my hometown. Love you more than my hometown. Love you more than my hometown. Love you more, baby, love you more.
This truck needs a half tank. These wheels need a 2-lane. This radio needs 3 songs to play to get me across town to you. That dress needs to slip off. That hair needs to come down. Friday nights need to do what Friday nights need to do. That's the truth. Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark needs nitty-gritty under that pale moon. Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots. Knocking boots. Me and you. Oh. Long weeks need a weekend. Cheap drinks need a slinging. That dance floor needs some me on you, and you on me tonight. Sing-alongs need to be sung. Tip bells need to be rung. Last calls need a call. That cab and back seats need I want you so bad. Yeah, birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark needs nitty-gritty under that pale moon. Sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots. Knocking boots. Girl, me and you. Doors need shutting, lights need cutting, lips need locking, boots need knocking, and birds need bees and ice needs whiskey. Boys like me need girls like you to kiss me. Fishing in the dark means nitty-gritty under that pale moon. A sweet tea needs that sugar stirring. Small town nights need both ends burning. Shades need drawing, hearts need falling, boots need knocking. Knocking boots. Knocking boots. Me and
sunset so late tonight. I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues. But there's a green-eyed, dark-haired beauty on some beach by Monterey, letting waves wash her pain away. But I'll never know. But there's some boys out in Okie that are praying to get the job done, hauling hay and fighting off the sun with ladies waiting in town. My summertime blues, summertime blues. I've got nothing left to prove. I'm out of touch and out of tune, singing alone to the burdens up high and the souls below. All those boys who ain't got no home, the beautiful girls I'll never hold. This one's for you, my summertime blues. My summertime blues. The quiet turns to revelry as the sun burns away the spring. The coastline starts to sing with the young and heartless. Hilton Head and the Hamptons, where the rich all go to die. The young kids all get high just to pass time. I bought a bottle of the best bourbon a beat down boy could buy. I'm gonna bury all my sorrow as the summertime passes by. Summertime blues, summertime blues. I've got nothing left to prove. I'm out of touch and out of tune, singing along to the burdens up high and the souls below. All those boys who ain't got no home, the beautiful girls I'll never hold. This one's for you, my summertime blues. My summertime blues. The sun sets so late tonight. I wonder if you saw it too. Wish I still had someone to lose. All I got are these summertime blues.
Dear rodeo, I'd be lying if I tried to tell you I don't think about you. After all the miles and the wild nights that we've been through, Lord knows we had a few. Dear rodeo, I'd like to say that I took the reins and rode away. No regrets, no left unsaid, just turn the page. Oh, but you know better, babe. Between the almost atoms and the broken bones, the dream of a buckle I'll never put on. I'm jaded, to, but I know you don't. Oh, but that don't change the past, and that don't change the truth. I'm still in love with you, dear rodeo. Saturday night and the moon is out, just a shining over top of the pines. I'm headed on down to my baby's house, gonna take her on a midnight ride down them back roads winding up at a Kickapoo Creek. Dancing and singing to some good old boys like me. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I brought along a little courage and a Coleman cooler just to help me out. My hands are shaking like a canebrake rattler. Nothing's gonna save me now. Might as well jump in head first, lay it all on the line. What am I worried about? Never gonna be a more perfect time. 'Cause baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I've got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. Well, I didn't have money for a Broadway show, but the crickets are singing to the radio, and we've got tickets along the very front row. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. Well, I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold.
town for a funeral. So pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Got it.
So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, stand tall like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in 08. If you could see him now, you'd be proud. You'd think these yuppies
Good.
beautiful. I bet God heard you coming.
Testing, testing, 1 2 3. This is Eric Mason. Testing, testing, 1 2 3.
The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day you broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river.
Yes.
You bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living.
You were cutting out there.
If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think these yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful. I bet God heard you.
Testing, testing, 1 2 3. This is Eric Mason. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. This is Eric Mason. Testing, testing, 1 2 3.
If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think these yuppies. Your funeral.
Keep testing. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. This is Eric Mason. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. This is Eric Mason. Testing, testing, 1 2 3. Testing, testing, 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. This is Bravo Quillen. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. This is Bravo Quillen. Test, 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 test. Test 1 2 1 2. This is Bravo Quillen. Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. This is Bravo Quillen.
Test, test, test. It's Derek Durant.
Test 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test, 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 test.
And plenty nights under pink skies you taught him to enjoy. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. Finally learned the hard way that all good things take time, friend. I heard a paying lost soul sing his songs true. It make a southern boy cry, turn a northeast man confused. And I awoke with a fever, sweating oceans again. There's mirrors in hotel rooms, but I do not recognize them. Maybe it's the feeling that I get in my sleep, that all the memories in my mind are only mine to keep. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in song. Do my best to keep truth in song. And all of my old friends miss having me around, but highways work both ways, and I can't you need me, you can find me slightly out of control. 'Cause highway boys don't rest and don't hang hats till they're home. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. So if you need me, call. If you're in love, fall. Just know that highway boys don't stick around at all. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when. Sleep next to the river, hear rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs. And do my best to keep truth in song. And do my best to keep truth in song. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. There is concrete below me and a sky above so blue. I'm finally leaving Austin and I wish it was with you. I'm just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? Remember Northwest mountains, they were snow-capped in June. You were napping on my arms on a Sunday afternoon. But babe, I've gotta heal myself from the things I've never felt. Repression is my heaven, but I'd rather go through hell. It's about time that I left Austin, about time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as train rolling through town. About time that I faced the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I would drown before I flow. You remember getting drunk on the outskirts of this town when I gave you all I had, but it still let you down. Everyone I've ever loved has either left or died. Wish I was born with concrete shoes, but I'm leaving tonight. It's about time that I left Austin, about time you settled down with a man who doesn't move as quick as a train's rolling through town. About time that I face the hard times I've let go. Love was just an ocean I would drown before I flow. There's concrete below me and a sky above so blue. People ruin people, I don't wanna ruin you. I'm just a sickness and you seem to be the cure. How much can a southern girl honestly endure? And I'm finally gone from Austin. You finally settled down with a man who didn't move as quick as the trains roll through town. I finally had to face the hard times I've let go. Loving you's an ocean I'd drown so you could float. train to the south side of Boston. You showed me where your old man stayed. Took 28 years of blood, I was lost in to feel loved on my own birthday. And I always felt like I was in between something like home and somewhere far away. But tonight on the west side in a bar out in Brooklyn, I saw tears outline your face. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week. We're all grown now.
All right, you guys got me? Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2 1 2. Sorry, they keep cutting in and out.
And I'll be upstairs with the guitar I was given when I was barely 14. When did McGlinchey's get so tired?
If Nick's on his way down here to come help us, tell him not. We're all good.
I lost my mind on the streets of the city. Maybe I
All right, sounds good. All right, bye.
took 28 years of blood pumping through me to get to this evening with you. How lucky are we? It's been a hell of a week, but we're all grown now. The smoke seeping out of the bar down the street, but we're home somehow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Panther Pigskin Preview. We are now in Week 10 of the regular season. This is the last week of the regular season. We have 2 more guaranteed games, including the one this week. And this week, we were taking on the Lancers from LaSalle. Last week, we played against Bishop Chatard on senior night. Took home a W. Finally got back on the smiling side of the scoreboard.
Of course.
14-0. Cam, how did you think the offense performed against Bishop Chatard?
First 2 drives didn't look too hot. They started mugging the line. We didn't really know what to do up front. We didn't really know who to block. But then as the game progressed, we got a little bit better at that, identifying who we were blocking. How do you think the backfield looked?
The backfield looked pretty good. I mean, overall, the skills positions I thought played really well. Caden had his first touchdown on the ground, which was nice. And then the second touchdown, I believe, was Joey Thaman, just a little punch in from the 2-yard line, which is always nice. But, I mean, we didn't really have any of those big gains. I mean, and we're not one of those teams that does that. Mm-hmm. But I still think that we played really well. And the O-line, going out into the second half, I thought that they adjusted very well to a different front than we had seen all year, really. And running different protections than what we had been running all year, I thought we did a very good job at, beside from those first 2 drives where we kind of looked like chickens with our head cut off.
And they weren't the biggest guys that we've faced this year per se, but
they were kind of built like us.
They were
very
pretty feisty.
Very similar to us. Just a lot of guys that are hardworking and just play the sport because they love it. Peyton, what do you think about the defense?
I mean, defense, we got our first shutout. And how long has it been since we shut out a team? It's been a while.
Is that the first one all year?
First one of the year.
I think it's the first one of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the first shutout we've had in a while. Our star players on defense played a really good game. Derek Uran just kept getting sacks. And Joey DeTulio, the GCL player of the year. I mean, with that strip fumble that he got, I mean, legit, I'm standing up for this. Took it out of his hands. Like, legit just took it out of his hands.
He did do that.
Just took it out of his hands.
Now, Watts, I'll ask you this. So, would that be your opinion if you're looking at stats on paper?
Joey D?
Yeah.
Just like turnovers?
Like
Yeah.
GCL Player of the Year.
Looking at turnovers, tackles, how many touchdowns he's given up.
I think he's got a pretty good job.
I think he does too. I mean,
Like, are you saying out of everything, are you saying GCL Defensive Player of the Year or just the entire?
I don't know. I mean,
Wow.
there's Ponatowski out there, but
Ponatowski.
I can say that
Vollmer.
I can say that Joey D is 100% GCL Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
I can agree with that too.
I
But
could agree with that.
no,
I'm trying to think
I'm
of other guys.
sidetracking
that
on
are-
Joey D, but yeah, defense played really good. Good.
Wow.
The front played really well, putting pressure on the quarterback. Linebackers, secondary. I mean, they did their job. They got things done. We didn't give up any big plays,
No.
any really big plays, and that's our goal every week is to not give up big plays. You know, the minimum yards we want them to gain is 2 to 3, and I think that's what we did. So
Yeah.
everyone did their job, which
Yeah.
is good.
And I thought that someone we really haven't talked a ton about is Pete Forkamp. And Pete, I think Pete's been really stepping into his role well.
Pete's been a really good football player.
I looked out there and I saw the quarterback go down. I saw him get up off. I saw Pete get off up off the quarterback, and I was like, "Is that Pete Forkamp?"
Yeah.
It was Pete Forkamp.
And he looked over the sideline. He had his does he have a speed flex?
Yeah,
Yes,
he does.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just gonna say because it looked like he still had his
Little bucket.
yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, Pete Forkamp, a freshman who is now starting on varsity, which is really nice. But George Godoy is practicing, and George Godoy might.
What?
I know. George Godoy is going to play.
What?
The
George
defense. The
Godoy
defense
is going to play against LaSalle, ladies and
The
gentlemen.
defense brings back another captain in George Gaduli. He started practicing Monday. He's looked pretty good. I mean, he's still trying to get back into it, to get back in shape. From noticing like what I've seen when he was practicing, I don't think he's confident landing on that leg yet. Like he's still running and walking a little weird.
Which is understandable. I
Yeah.
mean, with every injury, it's going to take time to come back and get it acclimated again to
Yeah.
where you
But-
were at before you heard it.
But by Friday, I bet he'll be 100% ready to go.
And even if he's not like 100%, I think just having his IQ and his love of the game
And
his
him out there being so vocal
Yeah.
and telling everyone what to do that's what our defense needs.
that's what we really need, because we don't have really a senior that, I mean, Matthew Gallinar, he's a great player, but
Yes.
he's not really that vocal kind of guy.
Yeah.
And, you know, Coop's in the secondary, and he's pretty vocal, but
Yeah.
not as much as George. George being right in the
Saturday night and the moon is out, just a-shining over top of the pines. I'm headed on down to my baby's house, gonna take her on a midnight ride down them back roads, winding up at a Kickapoo Creek. Dancing and singing to some good old boys like me. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. Shaking like a canebrake rattler, nothing's gonna save me now. Might as well jump in head first, lay it all on the line. What am I worried about? Never gonna be a more perfect time. 'Cause baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. Sure of much, but this I know. I've got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. Well, I didn't have money for a Broadway show, but the crickets are singing to the radio, and we've got tickets along the very front row. Baby, there's a shooting star, that one's for me and you. So hold me tight and make that wish and pray that it comes true. And I ain't sure of much, but this I know. Well, I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. I got a diamond in my pocket and my baby's got a heart of gold. My baby's got a heart of gold.
The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty of young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. So clean the house, clear the drawers, mop the floors, and stand tall like no one's ever been here before or at all. And don't you mention all the inches that are scraped on the door frame. We all know you tiptoed up to 4-1 back in 08. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, though you think they's yuppies. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, and the grass all smells the same as the day you broke your arm swinging on that kid out on the river. bailed him out, never said a thing about Jesus or the way he's living. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, but you'd think days, yuppie. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming. If you could see him now, you'd be proud, or you'd think days, yuppie. Your funeral was beautiful, I bet God heard you coming. The kids are in town for a funeral, so pack the car and dry your eyes. I know they got plenty young blood left in them, and plenty nights under pink skies you taught them to enjoy. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. Finally learned the hard way that all good things take time, friend. I heard the pain lost soul, woke with a fever, sweating oceans again. There's mirrors in hotel rooms, but I do not recognize them. Maybe it's the feeling that I get in my sleep, that all the memories in my mind are only mine to keep. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, do my best to keep truth in song. Do my best to keep truth in song. And all of my old friends miss having me around.
Copy 1 2 1 2 1 2. Copy 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test test. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3.
If you need me, you can find me slightly out of control. 'Cause highway boys don't rest and don't hang hats till they're home. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man. So if you need me, call. If you're in love, fall. Just know that highway boys don't stick around at all. I wanna ride that K-10 way back when, sleep next to the river, hear it rushing again. Give my no good soul back to where it belongs, and do my best to keep truth in song. And do my best to keep truth in song. Highway boys on the road tonight, got a gig out at the Ryman. They finally found out the hard way that this sound I got is mine, man.
Mark Elder Stadium, the best place in America to watch a high school football game, and your home for Elder Panther football. In tonight's contest here at the pit, your Elder Panthers welcome as our guests the Lancers of LaSalle High School. And now we present the Spirit of Elder, your very own Elder High School Marching Panther Band under the direction of Mrs. Susan Cassidy, assisted by Dr. Aaron Ziegler. Color guard instructors, Mr. Chris Pullman and Mrs. Whitney Costa. Officers for the 2024-25 Elder Band, our band president, Tony Wheelwright Soriano. Vice President, Ella Bill. Secretary, Jack Scher. Band council members, Jake Combs, Claire Pfeiffer, and Kyle Witt. Your color guard captains are Haley Becker and Brooklyn Jones. And the field commanders for this year's Marching Panther Band are Austin Audette and Alex Weber. Students, parents, alumni, and Elder fans, we invite you now to stand as we salute the purple and white with the playing of the Elder Alma Mater under the direction of band director Mrs. Susan Cassidy. And now please remain standing and join Elder Principal Mr. Kurt Ruffing in a prayer to bless our efforts here tonight.
Thank you. As two schools united in our Catholic faith, we embrace a unique and uplifting perspective on life, one rooted in Jesus' teaching that emphasized love and support. Please remove your hats, bow your heads, and center yourselves in God's presence. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and for all the gifts bestowed upon us. We thank you for the gifts and talents of these student athletes, coaches, and officials. We thank you for our band members and cheerleaders for their talents and dedication to their schools. Grant to all those involved with this contest the strength to pursue excellence and to strive for Altiora. We pray for all who enjoy this competition as spectators. May our enthusiasm be filled with respect for all. Lord, bless those serving our country as they protect and defend our rights and freedom. We ask that you bless the members of the LaSalle and Elder communities, all those who need our prayers this evening, and for all to have a safe journey home after the game. Amen.
And now to honor America, please join your Elder Marching Panther Band in the playing and singing of our national anthem. Presenting the colors tonight are members of the St. Patrick's Division of the Ancient Order of Hibernians. The St. Patrick's Division was founded in 1960 and is responsible for the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade in downtown Cincinnati. The color guard supports the division by marching in parades and participating in funerals and other ceremonies. Please welcome back to the field the LaSalle Lancers. Tonight's starting offensive lineup for the Lancers. At left tackle, senior number 55, Naeem Jackson. At left guard, sophomore number 79, Ray Murphy. At center, senior number 51, Trevor Bennett. At right guard, junior number 68, Wes Satterfield. At right tackle, senior number 71, Jameer Davis. At tight end, junior number 87, Hunter Ogden. At wide receiver, junior number 17, Avier Carter. At wide receiver, senior number 80, Jack Schroer. At wide receiver.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brett McCool alongside here with Eric Mason. Eric, how you doing today, man?
Brett, I am super excited because this is the last GCL game we're going to play for football, or most likely we are, for the next 332 days. And for a lot of the seniors, their last GCL game ever. So I'm going to see a lot of players putting everything on the line to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. One thing I'd like to note real quick before we get into this game, off note, so tonight we're all wearing our pink. We're in a pink out here tonight at the pit. It's for breast cancer awareness. As somebody who's got personal connections and family connections to just breast cancer in general, I thank you for all your support and showing up all out here and just all your guys' awareness. But anyways, so tonight to get into the game, why don't you go ahead and start talking about last week? Tell me a little bit about last week.
Well, Brett, we had a 14-0 shutout against Bishop Chatard. And that also included an ESTEP first high school career rushing touchdown. And then also, Damon had a rushing touchdown in the third quarter, which brings his season totals up to 8.
Yeah, definitely. So we won that game 14-0. It was our first shutout in 3 years that we had done in 3 years. So that's something to note. But to get into tonight's game, like we said, the defense is what won us last week. Is what won the game last week, and it's going to be the same thing tonight. Defense is going to need to show up. Our offense are going to have to take the possibilities. It's going to have to take the opportunities when we can. We have to capitalize. We cannot give up free chances for points and not convert on them.
Yeah, because LaSalle's defense is actually like insane. Their linebacker group, all seniors, which includes Brady O'Connor with 76 tackles. He's tied for first place in the GCL, and he has 1 interception and 1 sack, but he's also a Navy commit. He's going to Navy to play college football next year, so he's definitely something to look out for. And then also, just some other mentions, is Caleb Lang and Landon Bates.
Yeah, something also we need to note as we're talking about defense earlier, as you brought up Navy, our good old Ryan Brass is out there, quarterback from last year. And this quarterback from LaSalle, Pat McLaughlin, he's Ryan Brass, reincarnated but out LaSalle and 1 year younger. He likes to use his legs. He's second in the GCL with rushing yards with 504. He likes to run the football. He hasn't thrown a single touchdown yet this year, and he's thrown 7 interceptions. This team will not throw the football. They will run all day, and they will try to run the ball down your throat.
Yeah, and currently we've given up 130 rushing yards per game, so if we want to win, we have to cut that down.
Yeah, definitely. Also, what we need to do tonight, that's all we got here to you guys today. I'm Brett McCoy alongside here with Eric Mason. We'll see you guys at halftime. Thank you. Go
White
Panthers.
helmets trimmed in purple. The Lancers with white shirts and black trousers. Tonight's Wardway Fuels game time temperature is 68 degrees. Wardway Fuels provides heating, oil, and propane for the home or business. Gas grills and pool supplies are also available, including parts and service. Wardway Fuels, located on the corner of Glenway and Bridgetown, 513-574-0061. You're right about the atmosphere tonight, Will. The student section is in a frenzy already as Elder and LaSalle get set for kickoff.
It's got to be something about the pink uniforms, or the pink accessories these guys got on. Pink theme in the cheering section, so everybody's jacked up. A little extra juice. Week 10 finally got some good weather against these Lancers. We're accustomed to seeing some nasty weather in years past, but we're ready to go. Ball's teed up. Adam Ray's about to kick us off.
The Lancers will receive. They have 2 deep to receive tonight's opening kickoff from Adam Ray. Drops the hand, the ball teed up at the 40, and the swing of the right leg, end over end kickoff, and it'll be returned. Coming upfield is LaSalle cutting it to the right and blasted at the 18-yard line by Elder special teams ace. That was Derek Irwin, I believe, Will. What a hit to start tonight's game.
Wow, and avid listeners have heard me praise Uran all season long. He has just been a renaissance for Elder, both defensively and on special teams, and he is just a special talent. Those offers are going to start rolling in.
It was Kenny Baker on the return for LaSalle. They'll start first down and 10 at their own 19-yard line. They are led by senior quarterback Pat McLaughlin, 5'11", 170 pounds. He's thrown for just shy of 700 yards. He'll send 1 receiver to the right, 1 to the left with a 2 tight end set. And he'll hand off on the RPO, coming off left guard and being thrown back by the Elder defensive line for a gain of 2.
And we're going to see what LaSalle is going to dial up offensively. We're not really sure what the identity of this team is. Obviously, Pat McLaughlin, a senior starting quarterback, started for a couple of years now. He's going to see if he can kind of take this offense by the reins, or if they're going to have to rely on this run game.
That was Devin Bird on the carry, a gain of 2, second down and 8 for LaSalle at the 21-yard line. 30 seconds have elapsed here in the first quarter. And McLaughlin will sprint right, throw, and it's complete near first down yardage to the 28-yard line. It'll be a gain of 6, perhaps 7.
One thing you're going to see all night long, especially on the outside for LaSalle, is just the athletic receivers. And they're going to be more athletic than Elder secondary. It's going to be up to Elder secondary to make open field tackles and break down in space and secure the ball carrier.
I believe that was Max Welter on the reception for LaSalle. Third down and 2. At the Lancer 27-yard line, pistol formation for McLaughlin. He'll have Bird stand to his right, 2 receivers to his left. And Elder brings a blitz, the hand up the gut, and close to the first down yardage. It'll be very close as Devin Bird runs over the center, and the referee spotted 4th and short already.
Well, this is going to be big decision time for LaSalle. Let's see how gutsy they are if they're going to try to go for this on 4th down. If they don't succeed here, Elder's going to be set up really nicely.
Indeed. Here comes the punting unit. So LaSalle thinks better of it. And the Panther defense forces at least a 3 and out, at least for now, assuming LaSalle. Actually, no. LaSalle looks like they are going to go for it. Thought for a moment they were sending the punting unit on. And now they do drop back into a punting formation. So a little sleight of hand there by the LaSalle coaching staff. And Elder kick returner back at the 34-yard line. And over the shoulder grab is bobbled and picked up at the 20-yard line. And coming to the 25, here comes the LaSalle special teams unit in pursuit. And it was Adam Arling on the return for Elder. A little bit of danger there, Will.
A little bit of danger and just a muff punt. We've seen that all year long out of Elder special teams unit. The one thing they really haven't been able to nail down. But what a first defensive drive for Elder in this ball game. Really set themselves up nicely. Gives their sophomore quarterback, Caden Eastep, a little bit of breathing room and hopefully the opportunity for the first score.
The 5'11", 160-pound sophomore at quarterback for Elder. Eastep has thrown for over 1,200 yards, 10 TD passes, and has completed over 60% of his passes. Really a nice first year for Caden Eastep, Will.
Yeah, he's been at everything and more that Elder could ask for, especially out of a sophomore quarterback. Speaking from experience, I dressed up on varsity as a sophomore, and boy, I was not ready to start. He's going to be leaps and bounds better than any quarterback Elder's had in recent history. I'm really excited for it.
All right, the Panthers will actually go with 4 receivers in this formation. They'll have a first down and 10 at their own 15, moving left to right. 10-17 to go in the first quarter. No scores. LaSalle punted on its first possession. Eastep takes the snap, drops back, throws near side and high and through the hands of his intended receiver, Luke Ross.
Yeah, Luke Ross has been really good at that slot receiver position all year long for Elder. They've had to find kind of a complement for Chris Paff on the outside. Chris Paff, obviously the safety blanket for Caden Eastep. They're going to have to find a couple more weapons as we head towards tournament play.
Second down and 10 for Elder at their own 15. 10-12 to go in a scoreless first quarter. Week 10 of the regular season. The playoffs loom for both of these teams. Elder goes 4 receivers all to Eastep's left. Very interesting formation here. Empty backfield for Eastep. Brady goes in motion. Eastep with a quick drop and a throw to the 20-yard line is caught off the turf for a gain of 5. And that was Joey Thaman on the reception.
A really nice. We mentioned the sure-handed ability of Joey Thaman all year long. Just come up so big for Caden Eastep when he needs a catch. He knows who to look to, and Joey Thaman was able to scrape that thing off the turf, avoid the incomplete pass, and give Elder a chance on third and intermediate.
That was Thaman's 42nd reception of the year. It gives Elder 5 yards and a makeable third down and 5 from the Panther 20. 2 receivers to Eastep's left, 2 to the right. Eastep back to throw, pumps once, now fires it over the middle, complete, and a first down. It was Luke Ross to the 34 and a gain of 14 yards. Panthers move the chains.
And you're just able to see the maturation in real time from Caden Eastep. That throw, one beginning of the year, you might see him trying to bail out of the pocket, try to make something happen with his legs, but man, he was on time, on target to Luke Ross, and Luke Ross already played a big role in this ballgame.
That was an absolute rocket from Eastep, and the Panthers with a fresh set of 4 at their own 34. Heavier formation here, but Eastep still by himself in the backfield. Now he puts Joey Thaman in motion, and Thaman gets the carry off left tackle with a crease, gets to the 40-yard line. The Lancer defense stops him there, but it's a gain of 6 yards for Thaman.
And you mentioned the rocket arm that Caden Eastep possesses. The problem right now in his football career is not his arm. He has all the arm talent in the world. Really, he's really going to need to improve on, especially as we head in towards the next 2 seasons that he'll have at Elder. It's going to be his decision-making process, and he's shown improvements all year long, but that's just the one area of his game that he needs to excel at.
8:38 to go here in the first quarter. Second down and 4 for Elder at their own 40. No score, LaSalle and Elder. This is Elder's first offensive possession. Eastep in the backfield. He'll turn, and it's Thaman again. Off left tackle with some room, and he trips over his own feet, dives to the 50. They're going to mark him a yard shy. It's a gain of 9, first down, Elder.
And Joey Thaman was relied on heavily last week against Bishop Chatard, ended up with over 100 yards in the game, and man, able to see what he was able to do last year. Obviously kind of the speed back with Ryan Brass, the thundering quarterback in the backfield, but now he's been relied on in a more major role this year for Elder, and he's up to the task.
First and 10 Panthers, a yard shy of the midfield stripe. Eastep, 2 receivers to the left, 2 to the right. And he'll take the snap. Juggled it for a moment, pressure coming. Eastep in trouble, and he's thrown down for a loss of 3 on the play. Big time sack by the LaSalle defense, and it was Zach Gates bringing down Eastep.
Interesting miscue in the backfield for Eastep right there. Looked like he just looked up to his receivers downfield before the ball even got in his hands. It caused, as you mentioned, a little hesitation in the backfield, and that was enough time for the LaSalle front to really swarm and get the sack.
Tonight's game brought to you by Brossart Pharmacy. Head pharmacist John Brossart invites you to try the extra special services that a compounding pharmacy offers. Brossart Pharmacy, 45 South Miami in Cleves. Proud supporter of Elder Panther football. Caden Estep, after the sack, faces a 2nd and 12 from the Panther 47. Quarterback draw. Estep with room at the 50 to the LaSalle 45. Brought down to the 43-yard line and a gain of 10.
And Elder fans, don't worry. Coach Ramsey has not abandoned the quarterback draw entirely this year. Obviously, we mentioned Ryan Brass, the quarterback Elder had last year, able to run a lot more QB draws, quarterback design stuff with him. But Caden Estep, no slouch on his own in the run game.
6:52 to go first quarter, no score. Elder on the march. This drive started at its own 15-yard line, now advancing to the LaSalle 44, but facing a 3rd down and 3.
This is what Elder's going to try to do. What they try to do against Bishop Chatard, just long, sustained drives, take a bunch of time off the clock.
Estep with Thaman to his right, puts 2 in motion, who comes set. LaSalle shows pressure. Thaman reverses field, now cuts it up near the 1st down yardage, but it's going to be a yard shy. 2-yard gain for Thaman.
We'll see. Obviously, we know Coach Ramsey's aggressiveness is likely going to see Elder go for it, but it looks like he's going to bring on the punt unit, try to play a little field position game.
Indeed, they will send on the punt unit on 4th down and 2 from the Lancer 42-yard line. And it will be Ray to punt it away for Elder. And back deep for LaSalle. And we have some whistles, referees resetting. Let's see what we have here. Panthers with some personnel issues, it looks like.
Looks like they're sending Pete Forkamp off. The talented freshman, we mentioned him, the big step up he's taken all year long. We told Len last week, was able to coach him a little bit in the preseason, a couple of games into the freshman schedule, and he was just not a freshman. He was remarkable, the talent that he possessed for how young he is, and he's going to have a really bright future for this Elder Panther squad.
Still some personnel issues that the referee's trying to sort out, but Adam Ray is ready for the snap and gets it. Uh-oh, free rusher for LaSalle, but Ray gets it out of there. The ball will bounce at the 10-yard line, and Elder will kill it at the 13. Tonight's game is always brought to you by Kelsey Chevrolet. Kelsey Chevrolet has opened the Tri-State's newest and largest pre-owned car superstore, selling all makes, all models, from their family to yours for life. See Walt Kelsey or Paul Cluxon at Kelsey Chevrolet, a proud supporter of Elder Panther football. Don't adjust your radio, folks. John Curley is back. One night only, filling in for Len Harvey, a much-deserved vacation. Will, but I'm glad you've been able to keep Lenny under wraps. He's, by week 10, he's due for a vacation. He gets one, but thanks for the hospitality tonight. It's good to be back at the pit.
Yeah, well, Wild Beast needs to be tamed in Len Harvey. Hopefully he's enjoying Vegas.
All right, the Lancers with their 2nd offensive possession will start from their own 13-yard line. It's Joey McLaughlin taking the snap, and he'll put it into the belly of Devin Bird, and he goes nowhere. The Elder defense all over it.
And that's a play that you're just going to see Elder just swarm to all night long. We mentioned the lack of offensive identity for LaSalle, and really that's why Elder punted that ball away right there. You might be scratching your head in plus territory, punting it back to LaSalle, but if we can pin him deep, win the field position game, Elder will take that all night long.
It was Alex Dugan on the tackle for the Panthers. No gain on the play for LaSalle, so 2nd and 10 at their own 13-yard line. And this has been the bugaboo for the Lancers. They've yet to score a point against GCL South competition. Quick slant is complete, and taking some punishment was Jack Schwartz. He brings down that high throw from McLaughlin, but it's good for 7 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 3.
We're going to see LaSalle go a little tempo here. We'll see, be interesting if they keep this up all game long.
McLaughlin quickly gets the Lancers to the line of scrimmage and now looks to the sideline for some direction. 4:45 to go. Scoreless first quarter. 3rd down and 2 for LaSalle at their own 21. Now McLaughlin has what he wants. The Panthers show blitz. McLaughlin will keep it himself off right tackle. Hunting that 1st down. He has it. Just shy of the 25-yard line. Paid the price, but moved the chains.
McLaughlin got one of his first starts 2 years ago on my senior night in the pit against Elder, and he struggled his fair share. Obviously a sophomore would, but looking up to par so far tonight.
4:25 to go. 1st and 10 Lancers. McLaughlin with a quick strike on a bubble screen to the far side. It's complete out to the 32-yard line. It's a gain of 9 yards.
And for our TV viewers, you're going to notice Elder has wristbands on their arms. That's because LaSalle knows Coach Rodenstein came from LaSalle, was the defense coordinator there. Now he's the defense coordinator for Elder.
Gain of 7. 2nd Lancers, they go with 5 receivers. The ball's swung to the near side. Another bubble screen complete across the 35 to the 38-yard line. It was Isaac Goldschmidt. Moved the chains for the Lancers on a gain of 5 yards.
John, it's hard to even get awarded with how quick LaSalle's getting to the line. A lot of tempo so far today. Not really what I expected to see out of him.
McLaughlin with a rifle arm and a quick release, getting the ball out to the edge quickly on the last 2 snaps that have moved 16 yards, and now he sends 2 receivers to both sides. And now a man in motion. He'll fake the handoff. He'll throw a little screen to the tight end. It's complete all the way out to the 45-yard line. And that was Hunter Ogden on the reception. A gain of 7 yards for the Lancers. 3 in a row for McLaughlin.
And LaSalle opted for a variation of what Elder's kind of been implementing into their offense, the flood concept, and really a nice play, nice read by right there. On time, on target. 2nd
down and 3, empty backfield, and a quick throw to the near side's complete to the 50 to the Elder 47-yard line. Pitch and catch. Max Welter hauls it in, and that's a gain of 9 yards.
And that's one of the Achilles heels of this Elder defense. Obviously, the bend don't break doesn't come without its risk. You're willing to give up those 5-yard stops, but on 2nd and short, that's easy pickings for LaSalle and an easy first down.
Under 3 minutes to go in the first quarter, no score. And McLaughlin will hand it. And bouncing it to the near side is the tailback who runs it to the Elder 42. A little bit of a late shove, but no flag as Ty Brown runs it for 7 yards to the Elder 42-yard line.
Wow, LaSalle's offense really impressing me so far today. I was able to watch a little film on the game against X a couple weeks ago, and X really, their defense able to shut down anything LaSalle tried to do offensively, and right now they're really well.
Ty Brown, a senior tailback, averaging almost 7 yards a carry, picks up 6 on that one. It's 2nd and 4 from the Panther 42. It's Brown again. He cuts it outside, not a lot of room. Into the Elder sideline. They give him a gain of 3. That will be close to a first down, but I believe it's about a 3rd and a half a yard.
And LaSalle kind of shifted into what they call kind of the boat formation. They get 2 guys on the outside as lead blockers and just run power right at Elder's offense. 3 yards that way.
One from the Elder 39. Moving right to left. Pat McLaughlin sets the offense from the left hash mark. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. He'll have Ty Brown to his right. Panthers with a 3-man line. And the RPO goes straight up the gut to McLaughlin. He's got the first down, somersaulting to the Panther 36 and a gain of 5.
And it was really interesting. I watched a little film with these Lancers against Moeller a while back when Moeller ended up beating them 38-0. But LaSalle's offense especially did not look like a team that would score 0 points against that Moeller team.
Give him a gain of 3, actually, to the Elder 36. McLaughlin, quick snap all day to throw. Rolls right, looking, throws to his safety valve to the 30-yard line, to the Elder 26-yard line. And I believe that was Brady O'Connor on the reception all the way down to the Elder 27, gain of 9. First down and 10, actually 2nd down and 1 for LaSalle. And he will hand up the gut to Brown, who breaks free at the 20, down to the Elder 16. It's a gain of 11.
This is just uncharacteristic out of this Elder defense, and not used to the missed tackles like we've seen all the way throughout this drive. And Elder's going to have to shore up something defensively if they're going to want to stop this usually not as high-powered LaSalle offense.
1st and 10 at the 16. McLaughlin will throw for the end zone, wide open, touchdown LaSalle. Brady O'Connor, 16 yards, easy pitch and catch from Pat McLaughlin, 6-0 LaSalle.
And Brady O'Connor, a really talented linebacker in his own right. Man, he made a really nice play just up the seam.
Yep.
Pat McLaughlin found him right away and was able to deliver on time for the first points of the ball game. And Elders have to find something offensively. They're going to claw their way back into this. Don't want to get too far behind.
All right, the Lancers scored their first points of the season in the GCL. It's Jack Shore on for the PAT. Snap is good, hold is good, kick is good. And the LaSalle Lancers strike first blood in the 63rd meeting of Elder and LaSalle. Lancers 7, Panthers nothing. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Shop.lhs.org. Saturdays baseball. Saturday is the perfect time for 8th grade son to experience a day in the life of a current Elder student. Visit elderhs.org/shadow to register your son for a
Back to the pit, LaSalle on an 87-yard TD drive that covered 13 plays in 3 minutes and 57 seconds, leads the Elder Panthers 7-0. It was Pat McLaughlin to Brady O'Connor for the final 16 yards. O'Connor, the big tight end, up the seam and uncovered. And the Lancers with their first points of the season from the GCL, and running it back for Elder, coming to the 15, to the 20, up the gut, and with some room, look out, down to the 34-yard line. It's a return for the Panthers that will set them up in some great field position.
Really will, and we mentioned the touchdown pass to Brady O'Connor, and Navy football commit at the linebacker position. But man, if Navy sees that film offensively, they won't hesitate to make him a two-way guy.
That was Cooper Sandus on the return for Elder, and the Panthers will have a first down and 10. Tonight's game is brought to you by Red Wing Shoes. All day on the job. Comfort starts with quality Red Wing work footwear. Equally as important is getting a perfect fit. Red Wing Shoes stores offer the ultimate fit experience. Red Wing Shoes in Florence, a proud sponsor of Elder Panther football. E-step will throw quickly to Thaman out of the backfield. Thaman with a head of steam at the 40 and is wrestled out of bounds at the 42-yard line, but a 9-yard gain for Thaman on the dump pass out of the backfield.
Elder giving LaSalle a taste of their own medicine offensively. And what, John, I kind of had a worry coming into this ball game about LaSalle's offense. They know, obviously we mentioned, they know Jay Roden well, Elder's new defensive coordinator. The schemes he ran at LaSalle are very similar to the schemes he's running at Elder, and likely to know how to attack it. So it's going to be an interesting development to see how Coach Roden responds defensively.
All right, Caden E-step on 2nd down and 1 will set the Panthers at their own 42. Takes the snap. Thaman again, first down to the 45-yard line. It's a gain of 3.
And Elder really running the ball efficiently so far today. Didn't really expect to see this against what's a really good LaSalle defensive front. So Elder able to assert their will so far today on the ground. If they can keep that up, they're going to have a lot of success today.
Well, we've mentioned a few times this year just the injury situation for Elder. Last week you mentioned only 1 captain out of 5 suited up for the Panthers. But they do get one of those captains back and hopefully better health the rest of the year. First down and 10 for the Panthers at the 45. E-step will roll to his left and throw to the far sidelines, and it's complete to the 50-yard line. And throwing against the grain, moving to his left. And who was the number? It looks like that was Chris Paff, Will.
Yeah, Chris
gain
Paff,
of 5.
we mentioned how good he's been for Caden E-step, and really a key, and I mentioned this all year long, really the key is to give a guy as young as E-step just some stability, and that's exactly what Chris Paff offers. He's not going to be the most explosive guy in the world. He's not going to score a bunch of 80-yard touchdowns every game, but man, you need a 5 to 10-yard catch. He's your guy.
30 seconds left in this first quarter. LaSalle leads Elder 7-0. 2nd and 5 for the Panthers at the 50. E-step empties the backfield, sends 3 receivers to the right, 2 to the left. Takes the snap. Quick throw to the near side in the slot to Thaman. He's got a first down. A flag is out. Thaman all the way down to the LaSalle 38-yard line, a gain of 12 if it stands.
Yeah, that's not going to stand, as that was an eligible man downfield. Elder had 2 guys on the line of scrimmage on the receiver side, on the near side closest to us. They had 1 guy covered up, which means he can't go downfield for a route. He did, and the ref saw it right away, threw the flag, and Coach Ramsey not happy.
Headsets ripped off as that eliminated a 12-yard gain for Elder. So the Panthers back at the 45. They'll roll the clock, and that might have been the last play of the first quarter as the clock ticks under 10 seconds. So the LaSalle Lancers win the opening frame, 7-0. We'll step out, be back with the second quarter from the pit. 7-0 Lancers on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Harding Realtors is a proud sponsor of Elder High School.
How we doing?
Nice little first quarter. Good first quarter.
The professionalism, integrity, and work ethic of Harding's agents reflect the values of the Elder community they serve. Equipped with the latest technology and real estate marketing.
What are they? I'm sorry.
Harding Realtors agents
All
will
scores?
go extra yards to meet and exceed your needs. Harding
Gotcha.
Realtors is
Okay.
proud to be a part of the
You can just tap me on the shoulder when you got a score. I'll read it. Yeah, that's fine. You can just set it right there. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, whatever you usually do.
Since 1922, we've been a cornerstone of this community, But now it's time to see the future. Come check out our state-of-the-art campus, cutting-edge labs, and top-notch athletic facilities. Experience Elder like never before.
Along with Will Summers, I'm John Kirtley. Welcome back to the Pit in the Prep Sports Radio Network, 740 AM, Sacred Heart Radio. Start of the second quarter, Elder and LaSalle, and the Lancers lead the Elder Panthers 7-0, the 63rd meeting between Elder and LaSalle, week 10 of the 2024 regular season. These teams looking to avoid a winless season in the GCL South. And so far, it's the Pat McLaughlin show, Will. He's showing off his arm. So is Caden Eastep.
Yeah, Eastep's going to have his second drive, hopefully continued here, as Elder's going to try to pick up this first down. 2nd
and 10 for the Panthers. The teams flip the field. Elder moving right to left. Eastep in the gun with 4 receivers to his right. And he takes the snap. Quick turn, quarterback draw. He cuts it back, has a little bit of room, gets to the 50, and is whipped down further downfield to the LaSalle 46-yard line. And that's a gain of 9.
Yeah, and what Caden Eastep lacks in the power running game department, he makes up well for in the speed department. And a really nice jump cut right there to find some open space and give himself a chance just to fight for more yards and really get Elder near four down territory here if they don't pick up the first down on this third and short.
Checking in with our Coldwell Banker scoreboard, St. X leads Life Christian Academy 14-0 in the first quarter. We'll keep the scores coming here in this week 10. The Panthers with a critical 3rd and 2 from the Lancer 47. And they'll hand to Thaman. Into traffic he goes, and I think he's going to be short. It's a gain of 1 for Thaman.
Man, you're able just to see the game-wrecking ability out of Brady O'Connor right there. Just shoved all the Elder blockers right into their ball carrier into Thaman. And, man, Elder is going to have to be up to par here to get this first down, or else it's going to be really close to danger territory.
The Panthers with a 4th and 1. Doug Ramsey punted in this situation in the first quarter, but he will keep the offense on the field here. 4th and 1 from the Lancer 46. 10:49 to go second quarter. LaSalle leads 7-0. Eastep in the gun. Let's see if Eastep keeps it himself. A-gap blitz for Lancers. It's Thaman. He gets the carry and the first down and a lot more to the Lancer 38-yard line. Joey Thaman for 8 on 4th and 1.
When in doubt, give it to the guy you trust the most in the run department. And, man, even though Joey Thaman, not the biggest guy in the world, not going to run anybody over, he just finds that little crease, hits it so hard, and gives Elder a fresh set of downs and a big sigh of relief.
Portions of tonight's game brought to you by financial advisors Adam Schuster, Ted Lucian, Matthew Smith, and Jacob Lindsay of the Lucian Schuster Smith team at Morgan Stanley, offering wealth management planning for their clients. 513-562-8304. First down and 10 for Elder at the LaSalle 38. Eastep wants to throw deep middle. He's got a man to the LaSalle 10, 5, and still fighting for the goal line down to the 1.
Wow, Jackson Ruth, what a catch right at the seam. We mentioned Pat McLaughlin did it in the first quarter. It was Ruth's turn right there. Eastep, just a money throw right on target. Ruth secured it, fought his way, tried to get to the end zone, unable to.
Jackson Ruth, 37 yards to the 1-yard line. What a throw by Eastep. And that was Ruth's 10th catch of the year. The 5'10 junior making it happen in a big way. Elder's biggest play of the day, and now knocking on the door. It'll be Eastep in the gun with Joey Thaman to his right, and now Eastep will bring into a flanker position, and it's Thaman all by his lonesome. He'll take the snap, looking for the goal line. He dives, and he's in. Touchdown, Elder. Joey Thaman.
Wow, that is a big no-no in Elder's offensive game plan, going against the grain, going away from your blockers, but Joey Thaman able to fight over all the defenders, find his way into the end zone, and, man, revitalize this kind of dead crowd so far today.
It's Thaman's 7th rushing touchdown and his 9th overall. And now the Panthers a PAT from tying the game. It's Adam Ray with the honors. That was an 8-play, 67-yard drive. It took 4:19 off the clock. Ray is true on the PAT, and we're all square at 7. 9:23 to go second quarter. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network. It was a 1-yard touchdown by Joey Thaman, capping off a 67-yard TD drive, and the Elder Panthers tie the LaSalle Lancers with 9:23 to go here in the second quarter. I'm John Kirtley, joined by Will Summers, the Prep Sports Radio Network, Kelsey Chevrolet, Elder Panther Game of the Week, Elder and LaSalle, Week 10. The Panthers at 5-4, the Lancers at 7-2, and both teams looking for their first win in the GCL South. The kickoff is away, and will be brought up the field, straight up the gut with some room, and brought down at the 24-yard line, and the Lancers will go back on the attack. It was for the Lancers bringing it up was Zach Gates.
Nice little return by Zach Gates. Got a little bit more than expected on this Elder defense, but really now it's time for Elder's defense to show why they've been one of the best in the area all year long. If you can get your offense the ball back with a chance to score before half and get the ball out of half, that would be absolutely momentum changing for Elder and give them a big boost to their chances.
This Panther defense has to slow down Pat McLaughlin. All he did was complete all 8 of his passes in the first quarter for 66 yards and a touchdown. And he's back in charge. 1st and 10 with 4 receivers to the right. Line of scrimmage just shy of the 25-yard line. And McLaughlin will look to his sideline for some instructions. Now sets the offense. It's Devin Bird in the backfield. And keeping himself is McLaughlin, and he is brought down after a 1-yard gain.
What a play by George Gaduli, and how nice is it to get your senior captain back just as we head towards playoff time. We mentioned through 3 games this year, George Gaduli, 34 tackles. You extrapolate that through a full season, that goes to about 102 tackles. He's been remarkable for Elder when he's been healthy.
No huddle for LaSalle. They'll send 5 receivers into this pattern. Empty backfield for Pat McLaughlin. 2nd and 9 for LaSalle at the 26. Taking the snap is McLaughlin, looking right. No one to throw to. Now he'll throw deep on the run into double coverage, and a one-handed grab to the Elder 30-yard line. What a catch by Max Welter.
And what a throw by Pat McLaughlin. He gave it to the Elder cheering section as he ran right by him. Wow, what an unbelievable catch. Sets up LaSalle really nice in Elder territory.
Literally a one-handed grab by Welter, who had an Elder defender draped all over him. 44-yard gain. McLaughlin takes the snap, keeps it himself. A helmet flies off as McLaughlin looks for the Elder 27. It's a gain of 3.
Yeah, not sure which one, but one of the Hutchinson's helmet came off right there. And Elder, a good job on 1st down to kind of slow the momentum a little bit, just slow LaSalle's offense down after what was one of the craziest plays we've seen all year long.
McLaughlin will take the snap, turn, and he'll hand to Bird. Now to reverse the ball on the turf. A fumble recovered by LaSalle.
Wow, and you see just what Derek Uran can strike fear into a LaSalle Lancer offense. He was just in the general vicinity, and that was enough to cause the fumble of LaSalle. And man, Elder almost pounced on that thing, but sets LaSalle back for a 3rd and long.
The Lancers try to run a reverse. The ball hit the turf, and they lose 8 yards on that play, and it's now 3rd and 14 for the Lancers at the Panther 34. 7:26 to go in the second quarter. We're tied at 7. McLaughlin in the gun. He'll send 3 receivers to the left and 1 to the right. Double coverage on Max Welter. McLaughlin to throw, has a clean pocket. He'll throw, and he's got a man at the 20-yard line to the 15 and whipped down to the 13. A 21-yard gain for LaSalle on 3rd and 14.
Well, McLaughlin made up for kind of a poor play calling decision on that 2nd down, but man, he did it himself, delivered on time, and a big-time 1st down for LaSalle.
It was Jack Schwar on a square end for 21, and now Schwar has it again on a bubble screen, and he's inside the Elder 10. Line of scrimmage was the 13. They'll give him 7 yards. 2nd down and 4 for the Lancers inside the Panther 10.
Wow, this is just remarkable to see how well LaSalle's offense is meshing right now. We mentioned the struggles they had against GCL opponents. You mentioned in the open, 47-0. So we got a penalty down. Looks like it might be an illegal substitution.
And now we have a whistle and a stoppage in play. Tonight's game is brought to you by the Underground Sports Shop. The Underground Sports Shop provides the Prep Sports Radio Network with great-looking shirts, jackets, pullovers, and hats. They can make your business or organization look professional as well. The Underground Sports Shop and Sean Mason support Elder Panther football. The Underground Sports Shop, 513-751-1662. The referees talking to both sidelines, trying to figure out there is a flag on the field. 2nd down and 4 for LaSalle. at the Elder 7-yard line. 6:48 to go in the first quarter. And we have a whistle, and it is indeed a penalty against Elder. Did I see that?
Yeah, it looks like they were just late getting the substitutions off and ended up with an illegal substitution penalty. And, man, that is a big blow for Elder in what's already been kind of a turbulent drive.
It is a penalty, I believe, half the distance to the goal, so it amounts to a 2-yard penalty for LaSalle. And it's an automatic first down. So first and goal for the Lancers from the Elder 7-yard line. It's Ty Brown. No, it's McLaughlin keeping it himself. Takes on an Elder defender and plows into the end zone for a touchdown. Pat McLaughlin makes it 13-7.
McLaughlin just did everything he could to get that ball into the end zone. And, man, I did not expect an offensive shootout, but that's what we've got on our hands so far.
McLaughlin at the end there carrying 2 Panther defenders for the final few yards. And the Lancers regain the lead. Jack Schwar will be on for the extra point. A near capacity crowd at the pit is being treated to a good one so far, and Schwar gives the Lancers a 7-point lead. 6:32 left in the second quarter. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
I definitely think Elder's done a really good job of preparing me for life after high school. It's a place where I've had the opportunity to push myself both academically and outside of the classroom. Those are definitely skills that only Elder could have taught me that I'll definitely be able to apply both in college and after college.
I think the thing that set Elder apart for me was the
Back to the pit, 14-7 LaSalle. I'm John Curley, joined by Will Summers. And Will, we thought we were going to get a low-scoring defensive slugfest. Not the case. These quarterbacks are on their game.
Oh, man, they are. And if anything, the history showed us anything throughout this year especially. You're right. This was going to be 100% a defensive showcase. But right now, both offenses have played exceptionally well. And Elder's going to have to match a score from LaSalle, hopefully take all the clock off and go into half when you get the ball out of half as well.
Paff and Sandus back deep for Elder to receive the kickoff. The Coldwell Banker scoreboard update: Princeton 7, Colerain 3 in the second quarter. Schwar's kickoff is away. It'll be brought down by Sandus at the 2-yard line up the right side of the field. He has some room at the 25, still on his feet, and now at least 6 Lancers jump on his back and push him out of bounds, and Sandus is thrown into the first row of the pit stadium seating, and a flag has flown.
Wow, and that was very late, as we were able to see from our vantage point. Cooper Sanders just fly over that metal chain Elders got along the sideline. Sal's coaching staff not happy, but man, that was late.
Late, and it's going to be a significant penalty. It was already a great run back by Sandus, and with the 15 yards, Elder will be near midfield to start this drive.
Well, it's good to see Coop got back up under his own power and no injury detected for him. That's big for Elders, especially defensively.
That scoring drive covered 75 yards in 6 plays, and the last 8 yards covered by quarterback Pat McLaughlin, and he has been flawless tonight throwing the football. But the Panther offense has something to show for their 2 drives, a touchdown scoring drive of 67 yards, and here comes sophomore quarterback Estep. And that penalty will set up Elder at its own 46, a very good field position with 6:23 to go in the half. And Estep will take the snap. He will stick it in the belly of Joey Thaman with a head of steam across midfield into LaSalle territory. He'll be marked at the 49-yard line, and that's a gain of 5.
Well, it kind of looked like Estep was trying to pull that thing, but Joey Thaman just wouldn't let go, just held on as long as he could. And the rule of thumb, especially for Elder's offense, is if you get past the quarterback's face, it's your ball. You clamp down, you keep it. Try to avoid as many fumbles as possible. And Joey Thaman picked up his fair share right there.
Yeah, that zone read is such an interesting offense. You've got to have great chemistry between quarterback and running back to prevent the ball from hitting the turf, as you said, Will. The Panthers with a 2nd and 5 from the Lancer 49. It's Estep rolling right. He'll throw a tight end screen up the gut, and that play went virtually nowhere, but for a short gain.
Willig's first receptions of the year. I'm not really sure the number on that, but yeah, Willig, kind of a shovel pass from Caden Estep. Didn't really have much going there, but Elder kind of gets into their comfort zone. 3rd and short is where they really can open up the playbook, give themselves a chance to pick up a first down.
That was only Jimmer Willig's 2nd catch of the year, 6'2" junior tight end, filling in for senior Braden Boeing, who was lost to a knee injury, one of the captains of this team, who has had their season cut short by injury. Elder with a critical 3rd down and 3 from the Lancer 47. Estep keeps it himself, trying to get through traffic, but he won't. He is stacked up at that Lancer defense. It'll be 4th down and long for Elder.
Man, this is the type of scenario for Elder you wanted to avoid at all costs. Really, you don't pick up a 4th down here. You give LaSalle a lot of momentum, an already hot LaSalle offense. Give them a really short field, and Elder looks like they're going to keep the offense out there. See if this be a little bluff, try to get them off sides.
Quick check at the Coldwell Banker scoreboard. Anderson leads Loveland 20-3. That's in the 1st quarter. All right, the Panthers with their 3rd 4th down of this first half. They've punted once, gone for it once, and now they will go for it again. 4th and 3 from the LaSalle 47, trailing 14-7 with 4:23 to go in the 2nd quarter. Caden Estep takes the snap. Quick blitz, and they throw it to Thaman. He's got a lot of room. 1st down, and he gets to the 40-yard line. Could have had more, but a gain of 7 moved the chains.
Could have had more, but a really savvy move by Joey Thaman. He knew what he had to get, went upfield to go get it, and man, can't be mad about it. Elder's able to just reset the downs, stay in front of the chains, gives themselves a chance to score.
Just a 2-hour drive away is the beautiful Kentucky Red River Gorge, and visit Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals to plan your perfect getaway. Red River Gorge Cabin Rentals has almost every imaginable accommodation: cabins, campgrounds, a resort lodge, and much more. Visit RedRiverGorgeCabinRentals.com. The Panthers with a fresh set of 4 from the Lancer 40-yard line. Estep with an empty backfield. A clean pocket, rifles one over the middle. It's complete all the way down to the LaSalle 10-yard line. What a throw and catch for Elder.
Man, Luke Ross again. This time we saw earlier in the game with Roof just right at the seam. This time it was Luke Ross. 2nd big catch for Luke Ross throughout this ball game. And Caden Estep, man, he looks like a seasoned vet, standing back in that pocket, taking on the pressure and delivering a strike to his teammate in Ross.
Ross with a 31-yard gain, his 2nd long gain of the night. And this one sets up a 1st and goal for Elder. Estep with a hose there. LaSalle no chance to stop Ross on that connection. Estep takes the snap. It's Thaman up the middle. Now cuts it back to the right. He has some room. Gets to the 3-yard line. 6-yard gain for Thaman.
A really nice run by Joey Thaman. And this is going to have to be statistically the best offensive game for Elder. Look like they're going hurry up huddle.
Panthers quickly to the line between the hash marks. Estep takes the snap. Thaman with a block, and he pushes the pile and is thrown back at the 1-yard line. That is some tough yardage there.
Yeah, and I mentioned obviously Elder, this might have to be one of their best offensive statistic games, as they're going to need every bit of it. As you see LaSalle's offense on full display right now, you're going to need Caden Estep and Joey Thaman especially to step up, hopefully lead the team to victory on offense.
3rd and goal for Elder at the 2 of LaSalle. 2:24 to go in this 1st quarter. The last 2 yards for Elder would tie this game. And J.P. Lungano stands to Estep's left. Thaman now motions back, and he'll take the handoff. Up the middle he goes, and he is stopped. It'll be another 4th down. What a play by that Lancer front.
We mentioned how strong they are, and they've been really good for this Lancer defense all year long. Really been the focal point of the success that they've had. Really held a decent St. X offense to only 9 points in the game a couple weeks ago. But Elder, no real hesitation from Coach Ramsey. They're going to go for it on 4th and short.
What a stop. That was, I believe, Ramir Murphy. And here come the Panthers on 4th down and goal from the 2. They will go for it. 1:38 to go in the half, looking for the tying score. Panthers 2 of 3 on 4th down tonight. Thaman will be in the slot. And that's Chris Paff out to the right. Thaman in motion, takes the carry up the gut with a little bit of a crease. He's got it. Touchdown, Elder. Humongous 4th and goal TD by Joey Thaman.
Wow, Joey Thaman, just a seasoned veteran run right there. Everyone in the stadium knew what was going to happen when he came on that quick buck motion. And really the important thing for Elder, they got that clock all the way down to 1:21. Going to give themselves a chance to get out of this half unscathed and tie this thing back up as we head into halftime.
Here comes Ray for the extra point. That was a 55-yard scoring drive, helped by the 15-yard penalty on the kickoff. And the extra point has tied this game. Elder and LaSalle tied at 14, $1:21 to go in the half. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Who my son is, he's a better person leaving these walls than he was when he entered. Elder is a home, and it's something that he will look back and have such appreciation because he got to be a part of this community, this family, and this home. Thaman with his second touchdown run of the night. This one ties the score at 14 with 1:21 to go in the half, along with Will Summers. I'm John Kirtley, back at the pit for this Week 10 rivalry game, Elder and LaSalle, and you could not ask for anything more. We're tied at 14 as these teams look to be playing at their best heading into the playoffs. Kickoff is away, and bringing it up for LaSalle and bringing it down is Gates, and he'll get to the 27-yard line.
It has been a little disheartening. Obviously, we mentioned Elder's defensive front, especially the defense in general, has really carried Elder to a lot of wins this year. Held Bishop Chattar, a really nice program from Indianapolis last week, to 0 points. Really getting shredded right now, and gonna have to find an answer now at half and give yourself a chance just to let your offense pull away.
It was actually Walter Berry on the return for LaSalle. He brought it back to 27-yard line. So the Lancers and quarterback Pat McLaughlin, who's yet to have completion tonight, back on offense. 1:16 to go. Panthers trying to send LaSalle into the locker room without another touchdown. It's the tailback running to the left. He gets nowhere. Ty Brown is brought down in a hail of purple, and the referee's trying to separate these two teams, Will.
Wow, and you see the rivalry on full display right now as Corey Selly and the LaSalle offensive player got into it a little bit after that play.
Doesn't look like LaSalle's forcing the issue with a handoff there on first down, Will.
Yeah, I think they might just, we'll see how the rest of this drive goes, but they might be content going to the locker room tied.
Yeah, clock is running on 2nd down and 9, and they look like they will run this down to inside 5 seconds and take a snap and look for Ty Brown to get a carry here, and he does off left tackle. Field and is brought down for a loss. Tackle for loss for the Elder defense.
Well, and Elder looks like they're going to respond in kind, as they might just take this thing to half. Kind of surprised with how well LaSalle's offense has played all half long that they're just going to. But man,
yeah,
it shows you how scared of Elder's offense they are, as Caden Eastep's having the game of his life so far.
Alex Dugan with the TFL. And this half is going to come to an end with the teams tied at 14. A picture-perfect night and a picture-perfect first half for these quarterbacks. And these two football teams from the west side have played to a 14-all draw. Elder and LaSalle head to the locker room. Coming up next, it's the Prep Sports Radio Network halftime show with Mark Bengal. Steve Bengal, stay tuned. Coming up next on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Veterans Day, our high school support troops club will be accepting names and mailing addresses of elder graduates who are currently serving in the nation's military. Those on active duty will be included in our annual holiday care package. Please call me
in the heart of Cincinnati's west side, two titans prepare for battle. The Elder Panthers, known for their relentless effort, blue-collar grit, and unmatched spirit, take on the Lancers of LaSalle, the other school from nearby North Bend Road. But this isn't just any game. This is a clash of legends, where both neighborhoods and West Side pride collide. Among the hollows of the fabled pit, every tackle echoes with the ghosts of the past.
Gun formation on a 2nd and goal from the 5. Throws in the end zone, and it's touchdown. Drew Ramsey.
Every pass carries the weight of history, every touchdown a testament to their legacy.
Direct snap. He rolls to the right. Now rolls up the middle into the end zone. Touchdown. Joey Thayman. And it's 13-0.
This is where heroes are made and legends are born. But tonight, only one will rise.
Shotgun setup. It's Estep. Estep looks to run it. Estep trying to get in, going wide. He's got room for the end zone. Touchdown! Elder Panthers.
Elder versus LaSalle. The battle in our house has begun. Are you ready for the fright of your life? Protect the past.
You're going to help us, Mr. Anderson, whether you want to or not. And you are? A Smith. Agent Smith.
Find them and destroy them.
I didn't say it would be easy. I just said it would be a dream. There's a difference between knowing the path and walking. Goodbye, Mr. Henderson. Is Neo.
I know you're out there. I can feel it now. I know that you're afraid. You're afraid of us. You're afraid of change. I don't know the future. I didn't come here to tell you how this is going to end. I came here to tell you how it's going to begin. I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people what you don't want them to see. A world where anything is possible. Where we go from there is a choice I leave to you.
Spirited Honor Marching Band is led by Band Director Mrs. Susan Cassidy, Assistant Band Director and Percussion Instructor Dr. Aaron Ziegler, Color Guard Instructor Mr. Chris Pullman, assisted by Mrs. Whitney Costa. Thank you to everyone who supported the band by buying raffle chances to win 4 tickets to the Ohio State-Purdue football game at Ohio Stadium on Saturday, November 9th. And thanks especially to Ohio State Representative Bill Seitz and the Seitz for Ohio Committee for donating these tickets to be raffled. The winner of the raffle is Mike Swanson. Mike Swanson, if you are at the game tonight, please come to the stairs at the horseshoe end of the press box to claim your prize. Your Spirit of Honor Marching Band is heading to Orlando in February to entertain, learn, and compete. There's another opportunity to give your support coming up on Saturday, November 16th at the band's annual mattress sale fundraiser. The sale is being held in the Shaker Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your ENN halftime show. I'm your host, Brett McQuillan, alongside here with my co-host, Eric Mason. Eric, you're the one down on the field. How's the game going for us?
Brett, the pit is electric down there. It's GCL game, so the cheering section is completely filled out. It's a full house down there, and it's the loudest I've heard all season.
Yeah, definitely. This was a big game tonight. Like we said in our pregame show, this might be the last GCL game of the year if we don't get a GCL game in playoffs. So that will be 332 days without GCL football. It's gonna be a hard one to stand, but we do it every year. But like we said, some big notes for tonight was George Dooley coming back. He hasn't really made his presence yet. Coming off an MCL tear. You kind of get a little, if you want to ease yourself back into the game, you can't go full-fledged right away. So, Coach Ramsey playing a little preservative with him with his knee. So, smart move right there by Coach Ramsey, and we'll see how he does in the second half.
Yeah, and just to say, Luke Ross is having a really outstanding first half. Yeah. He's had the ball so many times. He has about 45, reception yards. So, surprisingly, it's not Path tonight. It's Luke Ross getting pretty much all the receptions.
Yeah, definitely. ESTEP is having a very good first half. Mm-hmm. We say this every week. We always are wrong. We predict stuff in our pregame show that's always wrong. But ESTEP, he's having a great game tonight with his arm. As we were saying, he needs to use his legs tonight. Well, man, did he prove us wrong. He's using his arm tonight a little bit more, not using his legs as much. Joey Thamon's had a pretty, solid first half. Went ahead with the touchdown, and he's putting us up on the board. So we're tied right now, 14-14. Something I want to see as we go farther in this game. Our defense looks flat. Mm-hmm. It came out flat. They drove it right down our throat.
Yeah.
And they went right away, and they got a touchdown right away. We need to come out with a little bit more power in our second half.
Yeah, and LaSalle's offense is super efficient right now. They're currently at about 10 minutes right now, and we're at 15 minutes. And they're really just charging down the field, and our defense really has nothing to help with it.
Yeah, something I like to see, too, is, like we always say, our star players like Derek Curran and the Hutchinson twins always trying to put pressure on that quarterback. What they need to keep doing, like I said, that we've been doing all right tonight, is we need to keep their quarterback, Pat McLaughlin, inside of the pocket.
Yeah.
Because once he gets out, that's when you're in trouble. And something else I would like to note is he likes to fumble the football. If you get him outside the pocket and get him running, he is known to fumble. He has about 8 fumbles on the year. So he's not the best ball control. So if he gets out, hit him and hit him hard.
Dude, yeah. And what kind of really surprised me, and what we were wrong about in the pregame show, is they're beating us in passing yards right now.
Yes.
McLaughlin is not a passing quarterback. He has about 600 passing yards for the season, but he is second in the GCL for rushing yards. And right now, we're beating them in rushing yards with 59, and they're beating us in passing yards by about 20.
Yeah, it's something, we didn't expect coming into this game. Is like we said, McLaughlin likes to run exactly like the Ryan Brass offense. He likes to use his feet, get outside the pocket. Honestly, he's kind of like Lamar Jackson for the Baltimore Ravens. Likes to get outside the pocket, can throw the ball, iffy if needed, and can use his legs. And boy, does he like to use his legs. But, something, he switched it up on this in the first half, Something also we might want to note is you got to think the LaSalle coach had in the back of his mind, our defensive coordinator this year, Roden, this is his first year at Elder. He was a defensive coordinator for LaSalle for 5 years. So you got to think that playbook's got to be in the back of his mind. So you got to think, LaSalle's head coach, knowing that, had to throw a few little wrinkles in there for this game this week.
Yeah, and he's definitely doing it very well, because nobody going into this game expected LaSalle to be throwing the ball as much as they are, and especially because they don't have any interceptions so far.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. And something, like we said, we need to keep saying is our defense needs to step up. But we're going ahead and send you guys down. I'm Brett McCool.
No, actually, we're going to take a look at these highlights first. So we got some action here. Cheering section running on the field. It was electric to begin with. They were chanting from the steps, and we couldn't even hear ourselves talk during the pregame show.
Right here, you got key knee step to Luke Ross. Luke Ross has had a great first half. Like we said, he's really stepped up. Chris Paff not having the usual first half that we've seen him from so far this year. He's definitely stepped up. Joey Damon's also having a great game, as you saw a couple plays ago. Him getting a nice little rush right there. And then Kate knee step again with the pass to Jackson Ruth, the junior. He hasn't had much action yet this year either. Very nice little, nice little rumble down the 1 yard line. Joey Damon takes it up and puts the icing on the cake. So, this Panther offense, like on that drive, that looked very efficient, very strong, Then
the amazing catch right there
by their 6'3" tight end, just 215 pounds. But anyways, K knee step, putting it out to Joey Damon, let him do his thing. Then a little glitch.
He said throws it to Ross, his main target of the night. And there he goes, Joey Thaman rushing into the end zone. And the cheering section is loving it. They were loving it all night. But right there at the end of the second quarter was when they were going nuts.
Yeah, definitely. Our defense has had a very good end to the half. Well, hopefully we can keep that momentum as we come out of halftime. I'm Brett McClellan alongside here with my co-host Eric Mason. We'll see you guys in the postgame. Go Panthers.
At Elder, we're proud of our students' achievements and the choices they make for their future.
I understood that if you work hard for something, you will get it. Elder prepared me to be a better person on and off the field.
Many of our recent graduates choose to stay close to home for college, enjoying the benefits of local education and community.
Elder made me the man I am today, and I'm going to Miami University.
But did you know our graduates have also been accepted to top universities all over the country? From coast to coast, our students have the qualifications and the drive to succeed anywhere.
With a community like Elder, you really can't fail. It's kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
There's really no limits of what I can and cannot do.
Whether staying local or exploring new horizons, Elder graduates have a world of opportunities at their feet.
Fairfield over Middletown 20-14 in the second quarter. Lakota West blowing out Mason 27-0 at halftime, and Anderson defeating Loveland 35-3 in the second quarter. Stay tuned for the Prep Sports Radio Network Red Wing Shoes post-game show as Joe Harbin will join the guys to work over all of the seeding prognostications for next week's OHSAA Division I and Division II football playoff. Elder will likely have a home game. Well, I'm not sure if you've seen any of the projections for who Elder's opponent might be.
Yeah, and really a great website that if you want to go give it a look, it's joeidle.com. And man, it's him and then Drew Pastor's top 50. They give a in-depth look at all the analysis of all the playoff seedings and possibilities. And we were talking pregame, Elder has a chance if everything goes their way, which is not looking like it is right now, and some of the GMC scores, but Elder had a chance before the night started to get all the way up to the 3 seed, and they had a chance to fall all the way down to a 9 seed and miss out on a home playoff game. Elder doing their part right now. They're well on the way to a home playoff game, looking like if they're able to hang on for a victory, they will be trending towards that 5 seed.
Tonight's second half kickoff is brought to you by Mercy Health. Your health has always been a top priority to our partners at Mercy Health. Lucky for our student athletes, they don't have to go far to see that in action. Athletic trainer Jeffrey Fitz is always close to help provide personalized care for our Panthers, and team physician Dr. Matt Bosom is just a phone call away for all of Elder's sports medicine needs. Thanks for all you do to keep our Panthers student athletes healthy. Mercy Health, a proud sponsor of high school sports. The Panthers will receive tonight's second half kickoff, and it'll be Cooper Sandus and Chris Paff back deep for Elder. The stat sheet just simply an offensive lover's dream, and boy, if these quarterbacks want to play at the next level, Will, they could just use this first half to cut up their college highlight recruiting film. These two guys really on their game, so the second half promises to be something special.
Yeah, man, John, you're not lying about that. And we talked about how well Caden Estep's just improved every game, and I was able to talk to Peyton Ramsey a little bit right next to us before the half started. Looked at him, said, Kay looks good. And he goes, man, he's slinging it. And that's what he's doing right now, looking like he's throwing the ball just with a ton of confidence and a ton of power. He's zipping those things in there to tight windows to his best receivers, and Elder's having a lot of success through the air.
Jack Schwarr has it teed up for LaSalle at the 40-yard line. Temperature has dipped to 64 degrees, a crisp autumn night here on the west side, and Elder and LaSalle 2 quarters to go to settle their latest installment of this rivalry, and it'll be Sandus at the 10-yard line for Elder, up the hash at the 20, spins away but gobbled up by the LaSalle special teams unit, and the Panthers will have a first down and 10 at their own 23. Tonight's second half is brought to you by Cooper Electric. Cooper Electric, a proud supporter of Elder Panther football. Reliable service, prompt quality service, the hallmark of Cooper Electric. 513-271-5000. And Caden Estep trots onto the field. 8 of 9 in that first half for Estep. And Joey Thaman also with over 40 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Elder moves left to right. And Estep with an empty backfield with trips receivers to the left. He'll go left, square the shoulders, still holds the football, fires over the middle. It's caught to the 37-yard line. First down, Elder. It was Paff.
And Elder ran one of their most favorite rollout plays right there, and Christopher Paff just got lost behind the linebackers and in front of the safeties. Kind of that no man's land for LaSalle, and Caden Estep, another just dot on target to his favorite target. And man, Christopher Paff was kind of expecting a hit at the tail end of that play. You can see him kind of tense up, went down for a first down.
Elder will huddle up. A gain of 14 yards on that play. Christopher Paff on the reception from Estep. Elder from the left hash mark. Estep will have Thaman to his right, 2 receivers to the left. And now a man in motion is Brody Krem, but it's Thaman on the handoff, and he is hemmed in the backfield, makes something out of nothing, a gain of 1.5 yards for Thaman.
That's exactly right. You make something out of nothing, and a really nice decision by Joey Thaman not to try to bounce that thing to the outside. Would have surely either just gotten to the line of scrimmage or would have gone backwards, but he made a veteran decision just to plow his head down and go forward, get what he could get. Got 1 yard, keeps Elder ahead of the chains.
Second down and 9. The Panthers will huddle up once again. And that's Jackson Ruth to the left with Thaman in the slot. Coming to the near side is Paff. And Estep is in the backfield by himself. He'll take the snap to throw. Here comes pressure. He climbs the pocket, rolls right, has a man near side at the 45, at the 50. Still on his feet and being cut down at the 46-yard line was Trenton Meyer. And Meyer with a big gain of 16.
Man, if you were to watch the way Caden Estep's played throughout that entire now these first 2 minutes of the second half, and you still came away with the conclusion that he was a sophomore, I'd say you're crazy. He is playing unbelievably well for comparing just to how he started this season as a sophomore. Man, he is just so impressive.
Trenton Meyer, a 5'9", 160-pound senior tailback, and he makes a big impact there. His 18th catch of the year gives Elder a first down at the Lancer 46. Under 10 minutes to go, third quarter. We're tied at 14. Estep rolls left, squares the shoulders, pressure coming, throws far sideline, complete again. It's Christopher Paff to the LaSalle 35 and a first down.
And what a route by Christopher Paff, but just what an unbelievable throw by Caden Estep. You don't see a lot of guys in general just being able to throw across their body like E-Step did right there. All the weight going towards LaSalle's sideline, still able to fire that ball to Chris Paff, and man, Elder's offense firing on all cylinders right now.
11 of 12, E-Step throwing the football. First down and 10, Elder. Their third first down of this opening drive of the second half, trying to break a 14-all tie. First and 10 at the LaSalle 36. E-Step in the gun. It's Thaman off right tackle. He is cut down for a loss. Big play by the LaSalle defense. It's Claude Moore on the stop.
You were talking about Joey Thaman all night long. Another Thaman. It's birthday time for Coach Tommy Thaman, coach of the freshman football team, and he also helps out with special teams on varsity. So happy birthday to Tommy, one of my close buddies in our first year coaching together. And man, happy birthday.
Word on the street is that is a loaded freshman class, and they have obviously great coaching staff as well. So
I appreciate that.
Way to get them started. 9:13 to go third quarter. We're tied at 14. No gain on the play for Thaman. Second and 10 for the Panthers at the LaSalle 36. Caden E-Step takes the snap. Play action fake. Drops to throw. All day to throw. Throws deep. Wants it all. It's Paff leaping in traffic and bringing it down at the 5-yard line. What a play. 31 yards.
Wow, what an unbelievable catch by Christopher Paff, and Caden E-Step really kind of underthrew that football, but just a savvy play by Christopher Paff to come back to the football. He knew that was either going to be a personal or a pass interference rather, or a big catch. Came down with the football, and Elder's in business.
That is a play where if the defense has their head turned around, maybe they can make a play on it, but the only person who was tracking the football was Paff. He brings it down for 31 yards, and the Panthers with a first and goal at the Lancer 4. E-Step and Thaman in the backfield. Two tight end set. And now it's Thaman, direct snap. He goes off left tackle, cuts it back, looking for the end zone, and he is short. Picked up 2.5 yards.
You mentioned how difficult that play is on the play action as Elder's going to go hurry up huddle again.
Quickly to the line of scrimmage, and it's Thaman, direct snap, second and goal at the 2. And it looked like Elder might have moved early. Tough one there.
Well, and it's tough because Elder, when they go hurry up huddle, it's really one cadence, but you get into it's a different cadence than when they're set at the line of scrimmage. So that's where the miscommunication likely came from on that front. But to finish that thought from a second ago, John, you look at that play down the field by Christopher Paff. On the play action pass, it's so hard for those DBs because they have to read run first. When that safety bites on the run, you get him turned around. It's just such a difficult play to get his head turned around. He was just unable to on that one.
5-yard penalty makes it second and goal at the 7 for Elder. E-Step, empty backfield, 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Takes the snap. Quarterback draw, has a block, but dragged down by the ankles, shy of the 5-yard line. So a 1-yard gain and a third and goal coming up for Elder.
We're going to see how aggressive Elder wants to be. If they're going to play this third down a little bit more conservative, try to give themselves a few more extra yards to give themselves one final chance to the end zone, or they're going to go for the whole kit and caboodle as they're going to try to score on third down and avoid kicking the field goal.
Panthers with some substitutions. And the LaSalle students section trying to make things hard on this Elder offense. Third and goal at the 6. 7 minutes to go third quarter. Elder's had the ball the entire third quarter. Trying to cap it off with a TD. E-Step sends a man in motion, takes the snap. Quick throw in the flank, and it's incomplete. Joey Thaman paid the price. It'll be fourth down.
Wow, that was a tremendous hit by the LaSalle Lancer defense. And you're right. And Elder tried to get that thing quickly out to the flat. And man, they're going to have to settle for 3. But a positive drive to start off this second half for Elder.
Aaron Ray will have a field goal attempt. And this one will be just a little longer than an extra point, albeit from the left hash. Joey Thaman will hold a 23-yard field goal attempt to give Elder its first lead of the night. Snap is good, hold is good. Ray swings the leg, and he's got it just inside the left upright. Adam Ray gives Elder its first lead at 17-14. 6:51 to go third quarter. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
This is Dr.
What Elder does
does fantastically is take and get the most out of every single child and their potential. And I think that's the case for people on stage, people on the field, people in the classroom. It's everything, getting the most out of everybody.
It's Adam Ray on the kickoff for Elder. The Panthers on Ray's right leg now lead 17-14, 6:51 to go third quarter. And Ray will drive it down to the 1 yard line and bringing it back for LaSalle with a head of steam coming to the near side and with the sideline and being tripped up at the 40-yard line. What a run back for LaSalle. That was Eli Roden. And he runs it 41 yards to the 42-yard line.
We'll see Coach Ramsey not happy with Dante Shavers. Lost contained completely on the outside on that kickoff. Got a little too greedy, jumped inside, and LaSalle made him pay the price. But we'll see if Elder's defense can do their part as Adam Ray knocked in that field goal. And what a relief it is to have a guy that can just knock in those 20 to 30-yard field goals. Just really got to be locked down from there, and Adam Ray's been that so far this year.
Pat McLaughlin, they call him Perfect Pat in that first half. He was 10 for 10. And he sets the LaSalle offense 1st and 10 at the Lancer 41. 6:43 to go third quarter. What a tilt here at the pit. And McLaughlin will turn and hand up the gut. And getting to the 45-yard line was tailback. See, last man off the pile there for LaSalle was Jordan Hall. And he picks up 4.
We're going to see what LaSalle tries to do offensively, but if Elder's going to keep giving LaSalle the easy throws, Pat McLaughlin's been killing them all night long, they're not going to go away from it.
McLaughlin looks to the sideline. He has 3 receivers to the right. Max Welter really did damage. The 6'3" senior flanker is in the slot. And McLaughlin will hand off, and Elder not fooled at all. A sea of purple gobbles up the LaSalle ball carrier and drops him for a 1 yard gain.
A really nice job by Elder's defensive line. It feels like when they have to come up with stops, they do, and they've done it all year long. Really haven't been up to par so far this game, but a lot of half left, and a lot of chance for the defense to make a big play.
That was Jordan Hall on the carry. It's 3rd down and 5 for LaSalle at the 46. The Elder student section and the pit crowd comes to its feet. Critical 3rd down here, trying to slow down this LaSalle offense. The snap to McLaughlin, has a clean pocket and throws, and it's complete. 1st down to the Elder 43. Just a precision pass, and that went for 11 yards.
And Pat's just been on target so far today, and LaSalle is going to go with this more tempo style offense once again.
It was Jack Schwarr on the catch. And a quick snap, and running it for LaSalle to the Elder 40 was Jordan Hall. And we have a flag down at the end of the play after a 3-yard gain.
Early indications as Elder's kind of sideline was cheering a little bit. We'll see likely against the Lancers.
In the vicinity of holding. It's a dead ball foul. So unsportsmanlike conduct on LaSalle. So that is just a killer.
Well, that's what Elder's been able to avoid all year long. Just majority of games this year, Elder's been the more disciplined team. Other than likely the Moeller game that I can think of, Elder's just been able to stay in their own heads, not draw unnecessary penalties, and that's led to a lot of success, especially in the penalty battle.
It's now 2nd and 22, dead ball foul, so 15 yards from the line of scrimmage. So Pat McLaughlin and the LaSalle offense has its work cut out for it. Panthers lead 17-14, 4:45 to go third quarter. McLaughlin going to the near sideline, back shoulder throw to Welter, and the first incompletion of the night is knocked down by Elder corner Joey DeLulio.
Yeah, Joey DeLulio, what a play he made on the ball right there, and he's been just the spark plug for this defense all year long as he was able just to high point that football and knock it away from the LaSalle receiver. And man, two defensive touchdowns on the year for Joey DeLulio. He's been above and beyond what this defense has needed.
3rd and 22 for the Lancers at their own 45. Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty now looming very large. Two receivers to each side. Back to throw. McLaughlin fires to the far sideline. It's complete to the Elder 39-yard line. And that was hauled in on the far side for a gain of 15 yards. Makes it 4th and 7. It looks like LaSalle's going to keep the offense on the field. That was Isaac Goldschmidt on the catch.
Just too much space for LaSalle on 3rd and long. Going to give him a real chance to pick up this 4th down.
Beg your pardon, that was Brady O'Connor on the catch. He has hurt Elder tonight. Picks up 15 on that play. LaSalle will go for it. 4th and 7 from the Panther 40. McLaughlin to throw. 4-man rush for Elder. McLaughlin throws, and he's got a man. First down. Is that O'Connor down to the 20-yard line? It is, and it's a gain of 20 yards.
Brady O'Connor just defeating Elder almost by himself, defensively and offensively. He has been the star of the game so far.
Unbelievable play on 4th down, a 20-yard gain. Now, the Lancers quickly. McLaughlin wants it all, pumps right, throws left, has a man open in the flat at the 15-yard line, and getting down to the Elder 11 is Ty Brown, a gain of 10.
Another late flag came way in from the back judge. Not sure what this is going to be, but hopefully, I mean, man, Elder just unable to convert on what was another 3rd and long. We saw that last week against Chittard. They had him backed up 1st and 35 and ended up giving up a 1st down. And if Elder's going to want to have the success that this coaching staff believes they can have as we head into playoff time, they're going to have to just clean those mistakes up.
And now this is another unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on LaSalle. Unbelievable. That will back them all the way back outside the 25-yard line. Ty Brown had advanced the ball to the 11, but a 15-yard penalty puts the line of scrimmage now at the 26.
When you get a team that's
crazy.
Giving you penalties, you have to convert on them. And this has to be a drive that Elder's going to come through and eventually get the stop on. Is they're going to need it right now, as their offense is giving all they can right now.
So this looks like it's a 1st and 15. McLaughlin will, that was a spot foul, so they give LaSalle a 1st down on the result of the play, but back him up 15. 4 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Elder leads 17-14. And the snap to McLaughlin. Play fake. He's throwing a fade route in the end zone. Leaping, high pointing the football. On the deflection. It is caught for a touchdown. Incredible. Max Welter. The ball was deflected. It bounced 10 feet in the air and drops right into the lap of the 6'3" Max Welter, and LaSalle leads.
Wow, that is unbelievable. I'm jaw-dropped right now. That was one of the most unbelievable catches I've ever seen in a high school football game. Just the body control that Welter showed right there to stay with it. Ball was tipped way up into the air, but he didn't lose sight on it, and man, a huge play for the Lancers.
Shore to give LaSalle a 21-17 lead. And it's good. So a stunned Pitt absorbs another TD drive by LaSalle. The Lancers lead 21-17. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Students and provides them a chance to meet and socialize with the other moms of Elder. More information about Moms Club and its events can be found on Elder's website or on the Moms Club Facebook group page.
Back with Will Summers at the pit. I'm John Kirtley. The LaSalle Lancers lead the Elder Panthers 21-17 on a 26-yard TD pass by Pat McLaughlin to Max Welter on a tip ball. Ensuing kickoff is away, and it's Cooper Sandus to the 15, to the 20, has a little bit of a crease down the sideline, and now pushes the pile across the 30 and gets it to the 32. What an effort by Sandus.
Yeah, that's what Elder needs, just get themselves back in the ball game by just sheer will, and man, they're gonna have to just show what they got offensively right now. Nothing held back in the playbook right now. If you're Elder, you have to do what you can to pick up these yards and eventually hopefully get into the end zone.
Tonight's game brought to you by TicketJungle.com. TicketJungle.com has tickets to concerts, sports, all events, locally owned and operated, authentic tickets, secure checkout, email confirmation, and delivery. Riverbend, Aronoff, Heritage Bank, all at TicketJungle.com. All right, here comes Caden Estep in the Elder offense. 21-17, the Panthers staring at a deficit. Estep is flush from the pocket, has to throw it away, and now we have another late flag.
This looks like this is going to be a hold. Yeah, it's going to set Elder back.
So the laundry coming early and often now for both teams.
I got a Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. Lakota West leads Mason 34-6 at halftime, and Anderson up big against Loveland 42-3, and that's an ECC showcase that many people saw going that way. Anderson, as loaded as they are, weren't really going to drop that game down the stretch, and it looks like they're not losing any focus as they head towards the D2 playoffs.
3:31 to go, third quarter. After the penalty, Elder will have a 1st and 20 at their own 23-yard line. Estep with Trenton Meyer to his left, takes the snap, 4-man rush for LaSalle. They have a free rusher, and Estep has to just dump it into the ground to the feet of Joey Thaman. It'll be 2nd and long.
You're able to see just what a demoralizing penalty that hold is for Elder, especially early in the down set. And you really just don't have the ability in the outside playmakers to pick up those yards with efficiency and early on in the downs. And Elder's got to have to find something on these next 2 drives. They want to give this drive a chance.
3:27 to go, third quarter. LaSalle leads 21-17. Elder with a 2nd and 20 at its own 23. Week 10, Elder 5-4, 0-2 in the GCL South. The Lancers at 7-2, also 0-2 in the South. Snap to Estep, quarterback draw on the counter play, has some room across the 30 down to the 34-yard line. So an 11-yard gain to give Elder a shot here on 3rd down.
That's a really nice play call by Coach Ramsey and a really nice run by Caden Estep. And really, this gives you a chance. If you're able to pick up a couple yards, as crazy as it might sound, with how your defense has been playing, Elder might opt to go for it in their own territory, but you're going to have to pick up a substantial chunk of this yardage mark before that's even a possibility.
Under 3 minutes to go, third quarter. Panthers with a 3rd and 9. Line of scrimmage is their own 34. Estep sends Meyer into the slot. 4 receivers in the pattern. Back to throw. Here comes the rush. Estep, quick throw incomplete on a crossing route to Meyer. He might have hurt himself on that play. He's short of the 1st down, and Meyer is really hurt.
That'd be a big blow for Elder. Him and Joey Thaman, the running back tandem that they've been all year long. It's been a really healthy dose of mixing in the pass game as well, and that would be a big blow for Elder.
Well, they tend to. Trenton Meyer will step out. 2:38 to go, third quarter. LaSalle leads Elder 21-17 on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Hey, Panther fans, the Doctors of the West Side.
Tonight at 11, WLWT, Blitz 5 has the scores, highlights, and the plays everyone will be talking about. Watch Charlie and Olivia for Friday night's edition of WLWT.
The men of Elder High School, current and future, deserve this campus. Both mentally and spiritually, they're being developed into some of the finest young men in the country. This high school deserves the best.
Welcome back to the pit. 21-17 LaSalle. Trenton Meyer is helped off the field. They're looking at a knee or ankle, Will.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mentioned, big blow for Elder if he's unable to go. And hopefully he had that ankle spatted, so hopefully it's something non-knee related, as that would be a detriment to his chances to return this season. But Elder's going to have to find, look like they're going to keep the offense on the field. And we mentioned this is a big time to go for it on 4th down.
4th and 1 from their own 42. Elder will go for it, trailing by 4. And it will be Joey Thaman in the Wildcat. Takes the snap, plows into the line. He drags tacklers across the line to gain for a 1st down.
That is a get your heart racing type run by Joey Thaman, and he used all he had to get that 1st down.
He was hit behind the line of scrimmage and used simple leg drive and grit to get that ball 2 yards, and Elder with a fresh set of 4.
John, man, I want to give a shout out to the crowd that showed up tonight on this Friday night. This has been an unbelievable GCL atmosphere. And, man, the fans heeded my kind of will to get them out here. And, man, fans showed up in full force tonight.
Excellent. 1st and 10 for Elder. Line of scrimmage, their own 44. And the snap to Estep. Quick throw to the near side. It's complete into LaSalle territory. And that was Luke Ross on the grab for a gain of 7.
And this is going to be a legal man downfield.
Oh,
it's
boy.
an RPO game. It's really difficult for Elder to manage. And you see how quick that ball got out from Caden Eastep, and it still wasn't quick enough to beat the lineman downfield.
Doug Ramsey can barely contain his frustration there. Elder will be backed up 5 yards, wiping out a very nice 7-yard gain. As always, tonight's game is brought to you by Schmidt Heating and Cooling. When it comes to your heating and cooling system, you seldom think about it until there's a problem. And if there is, that's when you need to contact Schmidt Heating and Air, celebrating 70-plus years of service from basic maintenance to major repairs. It's Schmidt Heating and Cooling, 531-6900. Schmidt Heating and Cooling, a proud sponsor of Elder Panther football. It is, I believe, first and 15. One of the referees put up second down, but it is first and 15. Eastep rolls left. He'll tuck it and run and slide down after a gain of 3.
Yeah, nice decision by Eastep right there, not to force anything downfield, just took what he could get and slide. But Elder, again, set themselves behind the chains. They're going to have to find an answer. And last time it was the quarterback draw with Caden Eastep to pick up a sizable of the penalty yardage. They're going to have to find something to mitigate this powerful LaSalle defense and try to earn their way a touchdown.
Under a minute to go, third quarter. LaSalle leads 21-17. 2nd and 12 for Elder at their own 42. 2 receivers to each side of Eastep. He takes a snap. 5-man rush. Pumps once. Now in trouble. Eastep trying to get out of trouble. Throws late. Incomplete to the LaSalle 49. What a brave, courageous play by Eastep.
That is just elite pocket presence from Caden Eastep right there. Looks like he tried to bail out a little bit early on in the play, but man, he stayed in there, stepped up in the pocket, and you're right, got hit as he threw, delivered on time, and gives Elder a chance as we're going to head to the fourth quarter.
That was the final play of the third quarter. What a fourth quarter we have coming. LaSalle leads Elder 21-17 at the end of 3. Back to the pit after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Third and three for Elder at the LaSalle 49-yard line. Start of the fourth quarter. LaSalle leads Elder 21-17. Caden Eastep in the gun with 4 receivers to the right. Takes the snap. Pumps once. Now he'll try to run. He runs through some arm tackles and gets close to the first down.
Far side official has him, yeah, and we're going to see the near side official give it to him, and just a gutsy run again. And 2 gutsy runs by Joey Thaman and now Caden Eastep, just using everything they had to go get that first down and give Elder a chance to continue this drive.
He's Will Summers. I'm John Kirtley. Welcome back to the pit, the Prep Sports Radio Network. Kelsey Chevrolet. Elder Panther game of the week, week 10. Elder and LaSalle for the 63rd time in the regular season. And it has lived up to its hype. A capacity crowd here at the pit. First and 10 Panthers at the Lancer 46. Sophomore quarterback Caden Eastep back to throw. Loads up, wants to throw deep, and has a step. The ball underthrown and incomplete. So that was Joey Thaman with man-on-man coverage, Will, but the ball a little underthrown.
Yeah, a little underthrown, and Joey Thaman just had all of his momentum going towards that LaSalle sideline. It wasn't able to come back to the football. If he was, he could have been able to draw a possible pass interference call, but unable to right there. And we're good to see Caden Eastep take a shot downfield again, not try to escape the pocket too early.
It's never too early to book your holiday party at the Farm. Their great service, delicious menu, and convenient location at 239 Anderson Ferry Road with ample party space makes them an easy choice. The Farm, you know the place. Dan Elsesser will take care of you. 922-7020. Placetoparty.com. The Farm, a proud sponsor of Elder Panther football. Joey Thaman on the handoff, goes nowhere on 2nd and 10.
Really, Elder's had success early in the downs, barring any penalties, but first and second down, they've been good all night long, picking up yards, but those first 2 downs on this new down set has just been a struggle for Elder, and Elder's gonna have to get something going as they are in plus territory now for LaSalle, so have to figure it's 4th down territory.
10:55 to go in the 4th quarter. 21-17 LaSalle. Elder with a 3rd and 10 from the Lancer 46. Sophomore quarterback Caden Eastep takes the snap. 5-man rush. Pumps once. Now he tries to run. Rolling right. He's in trouble, and he's going to be brought down shy of the 1st down, a gain of 2.
This is going to be an interesting decision from Coach Ramsey. This is very, very be a long 4th down attempt, but it looks like they're going to send the punting unit on.
4th down and 8. Elder has gone for it on 4th down 4 times tonight. But here he will send out the punting unit. And for Elder, that's Adam Ray. Takes the snap, lets it fly, and not a good punt. It will angle right, looking for a bounce, and he gets one. So Ray does plant LaSalle inside the 20, inside the 15, and out of bounds at the 12. Tonight's game is always brought to you by Hoding Realtors. Hoding's a proud sponsor of Elder Panther football. The next time you're looking to sell or buy your home, contact one of these Hoding team members: Brian Baisley, Steve Florin, Rick Hoding, Tim Obermeyer, Doug Rolfus, Mike Rolfus, or Mike Wright. Hoding Realtors, hoding.com. So next week begins the playoff in Ohio high school football. Elder gunning for a home playoff game. Got to take care of business and come from behind against LaSalle first. And the Lancers will take the field. And Pat McLaughlin's incredible night at quarterback for LaSalle continues. He through 3 quarters is at 15 of 16 for 212 yards. He hands on a draw play, and that is Devin Bird getting a yard or 2.
If Elder's not able to come back in this ball game, that would really just feel like a microcosm of the season, as they just have not been able to find the ability to win these 1-score games, whether it's the injuries that have hurt them or not.
That was Isaac Goldschmidt, I beg your pardon, on the 3-yard carry for LaSalle. Line of scrimmage now, the Lancer 15, 2nd and 7. 9:30 to go. The Lancers with a 4-point lead. Pat McLaughlin takes the snap. It's another handoff up the gut, and running over an Elder defender again was Goldschmidt. Someone really paid a price there for Elder.
And it was the freshman Pete Forkamp that we've given a praise all year long, but that shows the difference in about 4 years of weight room right there. And Pete Forkamp plan on hitting hard this offseason, I bet.
He will hear about that one from his buddies when they see that one on film, Will. But he did slow down Goldschmidt to get him down for a 4-yard gain. It's 3rd and 3. McLaughlin will keep himself off left tackle. He's got some room and a 1st down to the 25.
And a really nice play by Pat McLaughlin, just a zone read, and Pat McLaughlin kept the football and, man, got enough for the 1st down for LaSalle and just keeps the chains moving. That's what you got to do right now if you're LaSalle.
1st and 10 at the 20. Lancers just trying to bleed this clock. McLaughlin trying to get Elder to jump. Now looks to the sideline. Well, we didn't talk about the curious decision by the LaSalle coaching staff not to force the issue at the end of the 1st half. With a minute 15, they had been on fire on offense, but they chose to sit on the ball and go to halftime. We'll see if that comes back to haunt. The handoff here will definitely come back to haunt. It goes for a big loss. Ty Brown is bounced outside, a loss of 5 on the play.
Well, that's just a big-time mistake out of Ty Brown right there, and that's really, like you mentioned, going to hurt LaSalle. That's even worse than a 10-yard holding penalty on 1st down, because now you lose the down and you lose about the same amount of yards. And you mentioned, we talked about LaSalle before half not going for points, and that might come back to haunt, and we'll see. That remains to be seen.
-7 on that run by Brown, essentially a sack. -8. 2nd and 18 now for the Lancers at the 17. McLaughlin trips to the right, takes the snap. Screen pass. It's Brown at the 20. Elder is not fooled at all, but we have double penalty flags. I assume we have a legal man downfield.
You assume correctly. That will be an illegal man downfield, and that's another big break for Elder. It's going to be interesting, though. We'll see what Elder decides to do here, as they were able to bottle up that screen for a short gain and likely might try to decline this thing.
Looks like they have declined, so Ty Brown is given a gain of 4 on the play, and the Lancers will have a 3rd and 14 now. Will, they've converted a few of these 3rd and longs tonight.
They have, and they've been really good on the downs where they just had to get Elder out into space and let their receivers win. And right now, Elder's secondary's got to hold up because you know the front's going to be pinning their ears back and coming at McLaughlin.
3rd and 13 for LaSalle. 8:12 to go in the 4th. Lancers lead 21-17. McLaughlin, 2 receivers to either side. Takes the snap, back to throw, deep middle shot. Uh-oh, we have a flag. It was a completed pass, but a dead ball, false start. Boy, what a break for Elder.
Wow, and Coach McLaughlin on the south sideline cannot believe it. That was going to be a first down and more for LaSalle, and man, Elder's got to figure out something defensively to slow down these big seam plays for LaSalle, and a big break for Elder.
Brady O'Connor grabbed that one, Will, but it's all for naught. A 5-yard penalty makes it 3rd and 18, and even 8 minutes left in this game. The Lancers going backwards on this possession.
LaSalle's not going to be shy to try to throw this thing up to any one of the receivers. They're going to have to burn a timeout.
LaSalle calls a timeout. 7:48 to go in the 4th. We'll take a quick timeout here on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Since 1922, we've been a cornerstone of this community, but now it's time to see the future. Come check out our state-of-the-art campus, cutting-edge labs, and top-notch athletic facilities. Experience Elder like never before.
Hello. Will Summers and John Kirtley back with you at the pit. It's the Kelsey Chevrolet Elder Panther Game of the Week on the Prep Sports Radio Network. And Will, what a fantastic finish we've got coming to us here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good one in store. And I want to give a really big shout out to Pete Forkamp, the freshman middle linebacker, get the start due to a lot of injuries, leading all tacklers after 3 quarters with 9. That is just remarkable. And we talked about this a couple weeks ago. For a freshman to be doing that is just so special.
3rd and 18 for LaSalle. They lead 21-17, 7:48 to go. Trying to break the back of the Elder defense. Let's see how aggressive they get here. The pit in a frenzy. McLaughlin to throw, wants it all, throws into double coverage, and this one is intercepted. Joey DiTullio has the ball at the 50, at the 45, at the 40, still going at the 30, at the 25 with a convoy. DiTullio at the 10, cuts it back. It's a pick 6. Touchdown Elder, and late penalty flags as well.
Oh my goodness, the 3rd defensive touchdown for Joey DiTullio. Oh my Lord, John, you haven't been on hand all season long to watch this guy. He is remarkable. That was an insane play. Looks like we might get a little laundry after the play, but wow.
Unbelievable. What a throw by McLaughlin. He was simply throwing it up for grabs and threw it a good 50 yards in the air, but DiTullio brought it down like a center fielder and then weaved and bobbed his way through the LaSalle offense. A pick 6 and 1 for the memory books. If this holds up, it gives Elder a 23-21 lead. What a play by Joey DiTullio.
Wow, it looks like it was a personal foul on Elder after the play, so Elder will have to tack on those penalty yards on the kickoff, but nobody in the pit cares right now.
What a play for the senior in his final regular season night at the pit. And
I'm at a loss for words. He's amazing. The plays that he can make, just the wherewithal to know where he is on the field, he's remarkable.
Adam Ray to make it a 3-point lead for Elder. And it's good. 24-21 Elder, 7:29 to go. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network. Joey DiTullio lights the pit on fire. His 4th interception of the year and his 3rd pick 6. This one comes on a 3rd and 18 play by LaSalle. He takes it to the house, 60 yards. And, Will, that's the highlight of the year for this Elder team.
Well, and it really is a bad decision by LaSalle's coaching staff. When you're backed up that far, and it shows the fans at home why a lot of teams opt to run on that 3rd and long situation. You run it, and you just take the punt yardage, because that's what can happen. You throw a ball up, you give Joey DiTullio a lot of room to run it, and what a block by Cooper Sanders at the end of the play. Put his body on the line for his teammate. Unfortunately, a penalty will set back the Elder kick, but again, nobody in the pit cares right now.
Adam Ray, after the 15-yard penalty, will kick it from the 25, and that gives Walter Berry a chance at a great return for LaSalle. He's standing at the 20, so let's see if Ray can help Elder out. He will. Great kick, and a little bit of indecision by LaSalle, but it's Ty Brown out of the heap and getting across the 35. So here come the Lancers with 7:23 to go. And Pat McLaughlin, who's having a nearly flawless night, his first big penalty, or excuse me, big mistake of the night leads to a pick 6 and Elder's 2nd lead of the night.
And John, let's see what the Elder defense does to respond. They were out there a decently long time on that last drive. Now they're going to be tasked with stopping them again. We've seen the struggles all night long. Fortunately, Joey DiTullio came up big again, but a stop for Elder right here. If they're able to hold on to this football, that could spell the end of the ball game and hopefully a Panthers W.
Devin Bird in the backfield with quarterback Pat McLaughlin moving left to right. 2 tight ends in the formation for the Lancers, and receivers split to either side. And it's McLaughlin with a play fake, rolling left, nowhere to go. Now reverses field. Elder chases. McLaughlin now finds out of the backfield, wide open. It's Bird at the 50, at the Elder 40, at the 35. Bird still on his feet and all the way down to the 28-yard line. A broken play goes for 37.
Wow, what a play by Pat McLaughlin, able to just improvise, go off platform and find Bird. And right now, LaSalle already into Elder territory. Not what Elder's defense needed at all.
Couldn't ask for a bigger response by LaSalle. 37 yards on the busted play. McLaughlin quickly throws to the near side. It's caught and then bullied out of bounds was receiver Brandon Phillips. He picks up 2.
I'm not sure what the call is going to be here, and it looks like the initial sign was a block in the back, but it looked like the flag came in the box.
It is a roughing the passer call on Elder. Or some sort of roughing penalty. Not sure it was roughing the passer, but a late hit, personal foul. That will put LaSalle on the doorstep.
Looks like they got on hands to the face on the interior, and man, that is just brutal for Elder.
Want to remind folks to stick around for the Prep Sports postgame show featuring Joe Harbin, and he will run down all of the playoff brackets at the end of the game. McLaughlin to throw on 1st and 10 from the Elder 13, throws to the near sideline and has a man for a gain of 5. And not sure of the receiver there, but a gain of 5. McLaughlin showing the wheels, getting out of the pocket and completing the pass.
Right now, if you're Elder, backs against the wall, defense has been out there a long time, but you have to get a stop. You have to hold them to 3 and give yourself a chance to win it on offense.
That was Brady O'Connor again. Picks up 6. 2nd down and 4 for LaSalle. 6 minutes to go, 4th quarter. Elder leads LaSalle 24-21, but the Lancers going for the go-ahead score. McLaughlin takes it himself on the zone read, diving for the end zone, and he's inside the 1. 1st and goal.
Wow, and you see exactly what the improvisation that Pat McLaughlin brings to this LaSalle offense, how just meaningful that is. On that broken play to Bird, sets up LaSalle real nice.
And they go with a heavy set here. They do send 1 receiver left. That's McLaughlin. So they're going to go direct snap. Brady O'Connor smashes into the line. He's in. Touchdown Lancers. Back and forth. This heavyweight title bout goes. And the Lancers lead 27-24.
The answer that LaSalle needed just came way too easy for him. We talked about the defense was out there for a while, and that's kind of the drawback to defensive touchdowns. As great as they are, defense is going to be out on the field for a long time and often lead to points for the other teams. And Elder's going to have to really show up on offense, or this game might be over.
A game littered with penalties, and a big one by Elder there helped that LaSalle drive along. Jack Shore trying to make it a 28-24 game, and he does. 5:33 to go in the fourth. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
To learn more about Seton High School, please visit SetonCincinnati.org. Mela Services has been your one-stop shop for carpet cleaning, window cleaning, and new flooring sales for more than a decade. Let them put their award-winning service to work for you. Plus, now you can save $35 on window cleaning when you clean 40 windows or more. Check it out for yourself by visiting MelaServices.com/football.
Along with Will Summers, I'm John Curley. The Kelsey Chevrolet Elder Panther Game of the Week, live from the pit. This Week 10 matchup, Elder and LaSalle. Just a fantastic high school football game. It was Brady O'Connor going 1 yard for LaSalle to give them a 28-24 lead. The ensuing kickoff is into the Elder end zone for a touchback, and here come the Panthers. Backs against the wall once again.
Caldwell Banker scoreboard update. Princeton 41, Coleraine 3, as Coleraine looks to end what is quite the disappointing season. Still trying to reel from the loss of head coach Tom Bolden. And man, they're going to have to figure out something for their program. But Elder's going to have to figure out something offensively, hopefully get this lead back and either go to overtime or win the ball game.
Boy, it seems like a lifetime ago that Joey DeTilio took back a 60-yard pick six to give Elder a lead, as LaSalle answers almost immediately to take the momentum right back. And now we have a whistle and another stoppage in play and a timeout by Elder. 5.5 minutes to go, and the Panthers will trot to the sideline.
Not a timeout. You want to burn it all if you're Elder right there. 3 timeouts left. Now you have 2, and in a game where every single down matters, those timeouts are going to be crucial.
Will, you played in these types of games, pressure situations. What's the key for the players to keep their composure and keep their focus here down the stretch?
And it's all about just trusting in the work that you put in, trusting in your coaches that they're going to steer you down the right path. And so far they have all year long. And man, it's a veteran coaching staff, and they know exactly what they're doing on that sideline. They're not going to show any pressure, show any worry. So why should you as a player?
Do want to recognize Braden Boeing, one of the senior captains for Elder, who season was cut short by injury. He's listening tight with his dad, Tom, who is a LaSalle grad, and they're sweating this one out back at home. Hope you guys are having a great night, Tom and Braden. All right, the Panthers first down and 10 at their own 20, and quick throw by Estep, and he finds his slot receiver. That's Joey Thaman for a first down from the 20 to the 31. An 11-yard gain moved the chains for Elder.
Those RPOs with the draws have been so successful all year long for Elder. And like you mentioned, Braden Boeing, big shout out. Love you, Bobo. Hope you're feeling better. Hope the knee's doing well. And I know you're disappointed you can't be on hand, but we're rooting for you, buddy.
Panthers move the sticks on that first down. 28-24 Lancers. 5:10 to go. Sophomore quarterback Caden Estep. Poise, poise, poise. He has been money all night. He will keep it himself and throw out of the backfield for the first time tonight on the move across the 45 to the 48-yard line. That's Jackson Ruth, actually his second grab of the night. Out of the backfield, he wiggles free for a gain of 17.
Elder goes back to the flood concept, worked earlier in the game, decided to go right back at it again. And Elder slicing their way through this LaSalle defense right now. And if they're able to pick up 52 more yards, they're going to make this game really interesting if LaSalle gets the ball back.
First and 10 Elder at their own 48. Not only the Panthers want to score, they want to score and make it the last possession of the game if possible. It's Estep with trips receivers to his right. Takes the snap, and he'll throw a quick slant in the slot, and it's complete to Christopher Paff, and that's good for 5 yards.
Man, if LaSalle's going to let you dink and dunk all the way down the field, you take what they give. With 4 minutes left, Elder not really in panic mode at all right now offensively. They have a lot of time to open up the playbook and run what they want to run to move the ball methodically down the field, and they're doing so right now.
Second down and 4 for Elder at the Lancer 46. The ball between the hashes. Panthers moving right to left. Under 4 minutes to go. E-step. Receivers, three of them to the right. Thaman in motion, gets the carry, and he dives in under left guard, gets inside the 45 to the 44-yard line, a gain of 2.
So right now the philosophy changes for Coach Ramsey. It goes from, okay, 3 downs and then you have to punt, to now, okay, we're going every single down set, we're going for it on 4th down. So it kind of opens up the playbook, gives you a little bit of leeway on that second and intermediate where you don't really have to pick up a bunch of yards. Give yourself a chance to get these 3rd and shorts because you'll have 2 downs to pick it up.
Panthers with 2 downs to get 2 yards here to keep this drive moving. Don't think there's any doubt that this is 4-down territory for Elder. And Thaman stands alone in the backfield to take this direct snap. LaSalle knows it's coming. Thaman takes it. Counter play. Thaman picking his way through the LaSalle D line, has a 1st down to the 41 on a gain of 3.
Wow, and you mentioned they knew it was coming, still couldn't stop it. Joey Thaman, even though you mentioned not the biggest body in the world, just finds the ability to pick up that 1 extra yard that he needs to pick up the 1st down. And again, no worry out of this Elder coaching staff. They're going to take their time.
Indeed, and each team has burned a timeout, so LaSalle only with 2 left. 2:44 to go in this football game. The Panthers trail 28-24, looking for a go-ahead score very, very late in the game. Still 41 yards to go, though. E-step in the gun, 2 receivers to either side, takes the snap. Here comes the blitz. Quarterback draw, he is sacked. Back at the 46-yard line. That was Zach Gates with a huge play for LaSalle.
Wow, that's massive, as you mentioned. And Caden E-step just got to get rid of that football. Had an open guy on a 5-yard stop near side closest to us on the RPO and decided against it. Now Elder's going to have their work cut out for him.
2:05 to go. Clock continues to churn. Loss of 4 on the play. Line of scrimmage now, the LaSalle 45. Panthers trail by 4. They need the touchdown. 5 receivers in the formation. 3 to the right, 2 to the left. 4-man rush for LaSalle. E-step throws to the far side in a rocket to Thaman, and he grabs it at the 32-yard line near a 1st down. What a throw by E-step.
Well, that's massive because A, that stops the clock, and B, you give yourself, it looks like they're marking it, it's gonna be 3rd down. You give yourself 2 downs to get 2 yards.
3rd and 2 on the 12-yard rocket from the opposite hash by sophomore E-step. The clock is stopped. Did we get a, oh, he stepped out of bounds, that's right. So 3rd and 2 for Elder at the LaSalle 33-yard line. And the Lancers, they stuff the box. E-step hands to Thaman, and Thaman leans the ball over the 1st down marker, but they mark him short. It will be 4th down, and this is the ball game for Elder if they don't make it.
And Elder's fans not happy with the spot right there. And again, you're not really in hurry-up mode right now. But you got to go a little tempo if you're Elder. 1:30 and ticking.
Only 2 timeouts left, and the play still not called in from the Elder sideline. And Doug Ramsey forced to call a timeout with 1:13 to go. We'll keep things right here. LaSalle leads Elder 28-24 here at the pit. 1 minute, 13 seconds left in the football game, and the game could come down to this play. Will 4th and 1.
An interesting spot. Looks like Joey Thaman's knee was down prior to reaching the ball past the 1st down marker. And you mentioned this is likely going to be the football game, especially with Elder burning that timeout. Not a bad timeout at all, as LaSalle, the way they've been moving the ball offensively, they're likely going to pick up a 1st down if you gave it back to him anyway. So we'll see what Elder decides to do here on a big 4th down, see what Coach Ramsey's got drawn up. This really could be your 2-point conversion play, something that you feel really comfortable about getting. You know you're going to get 2 yards. Go to it right now.
Is it possible that Elder would put the ball in the air?
100%. If you trust Caden E-step, which I know these coaches do, you give him a chance. You put the ball in your playmaker's hands, whether that's Chris Paff, whether that's Jackson Ruth, or whether that's Joey Thaman.
All right, here we go. It looks like it's going to be Joey Thaman all the way. He is in the Wildcat formation, so LaSalle stacks the line. Thaman takes the snap, runs it himself. 1st down, he leaps across the 30 for a gain of 3, and the ball came loose, but the referee's saying he is down.
Elder's got to go right now, and LaSalle's, all the coaching staff is on the field right now. Elder's got to go.
1st down and 10, Elder The LaSalle coaching staff absolutely furious that a fumble was not ruled there, but a fresh set of 4 for Elder. E-step quickly to the line, back to throw at the 30, throws far sideline, is intercepted. It's going to be run back for a game-clinching interception, return for a touchdown. Stepping in front, 70 yards, and the Lancers, with 52 seconds to go, put this game away on a pick 6.
I mean, absolutely unbelievable. And you mentioned you give your playmakers a chance to make plays. Caden Estep was good all night long, just an ill-advised throw right there. And LaSalle, credit where credit's due. The LaSalle defense stood their ground and made a play to win the ballgame.
As with most plays, big plays tonight, it was followed by a flag, which I'm sure is going to be some sort of excessive celebration. The bigger story, though, is LaSalle leads 34-24 on the pick 6. And we're still hunting for a number as it occurred on the far sideline. Tough to see a number there for Elder.
You're able to see Drew Ramsey consoling his young sophomore quarterback. At the weight of the world on his shoulders right now, you got to feel for the kid.
It was Sayre Smothers on the pick 6, 74 yards. Extra point makes it 35-24. LaSalle, 52 seconds left in this one. Back after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
And trying to fix an electrical problem by yourself can be even more shocking.
Wow, that's good. By Sayre Smothers has put this game on ice for the LaSalle Lancers. They lead 35-24 with 52 seconds left in regulation. And Will, incredible fourth quarter where each team has a pick 6, but it looks like LaSalle might have the last laugh.
Just a remarkable game overall, and you're able to see just how close these GCL games are, and they just come down to who makes the play at the end of the ball game. And last year it was Elder when it was the 4th and 14. Josh Meyer was able to pick up with a huge pass play, eventually led to a Ryan Brass touchdown. This year, as you mentioned, LaSalle is likely going to get the last laugh, and man, just disheartened for these seniors. They've given it their all year long. It's just like, it looks like they're going to come up short in the GCL.
It'll be Jack Schwar to kick it away for LaSalle. Barring a series of miracles, Elder's going to end the season at an even 5-5 and perhaps winless in the GCL South. But season far from over. This is a squib kick that is picked up on the run by Sandus. He goes down at the 38-yard line, 47 seconds to go. Elder with just one timeout left.
One timeout is going to be a killer. Benefit of high school rules, clock will stop on a first down. But if you're Caden Estep right now, you got to push the ball with authority down the field and try to give yourselves a chance at an onside kick.
Right, so not to talk too dire. We've seen crazier things before. One of the miracles would have to happen is a quick touchdown for Elder to give themselves some time to execute an onside kick. Let's see if Estep can push it down the field. Back to throw. And LaSalle brings pressure. Estep steps up, has some room. Now he'll tuck it and run. Still on his feet at the 50. At the LaSalle 45, goes down at the 42. The clock will stop. That's a gain of 20. So positive yardage there for Elder. 35 seconds to go. Elder trails by 11. Estep quickly. 4-man rush for LaSalle. Estep throws deep middle, and it's dropped. Incomplete. And it'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Well, that one would have given you a chance if you're Elder right there, but the drop is really going to hurt Elder's chances. LaSalle's going to burn timeout, try to figure things out defensively, as Elder's really picking up yards at will right now. But, man, just, again, seniors, it's a tough way to go out, and hopefully you pick up some momentum for the playoffs.
28 seconds left. LaSalle will call a timeout. I think the Lancers will probably give up the middle of the field. You saw that was Ruth on the Ruth was the intended receiver there. He was running down the seam. LaSalle's probably fine letting those receivers catch the ball in the middle of the field.
100%. We saw on the Caden Eastep draw, kind of quarterback draw, that was decided by how the play went. Caden Eastep decided to take off, and man, he took about 15 seconds for him to slide, get the ball back, and get the snap off. So yeah, LaSalle will be more than content letting Elder get in the middle of the field, burn some clock, and hopefully, if Elder does get into the end zone, recover the onside kick.
All right, Eastep at the 42. This ball has to get close to the end zone. Back to throw, three-man rush. Eastep will throw, and he overshoots his man there, incomplete. Christopher Paff with the intended receiver. 3rd down and 10.
And a credit to LaSalle, and everyone, including me, was doubting him all week long. Hadn't scored a point against a GCL opponent. Got outscored handily in the GCL by X and Moeller earlier in the year, and they come out, put 35 points on this Elder stout defensive unit. Man, they're going to give themselves their first GCL win of the year, and well-deserved.
24 seconds to go. Eastep takes the snap. Quick throw to the near side is complete, out of bounds to the near side. A gain of 7 on the play, and that was Chase Walpole. And it's 4th down.
50-ish seconds left. That play might work, but with the time dwindling down as it is, Elder's going to have to take a shot on this 4th down. If you don't get it, the game's over anyway.
Last ditch effort for Elder. 4th down and 4 from the LaSalle 36. Eastep will throw far sideline, and it's caught and shy of the first downer, right at the stick. It was caught by Christopher Paff. They give him a 1st down with 14 seconds left.
Yeah, they're going to give it to him. Elder going to walk up to the line, try to get a play off. We'll see if Elder can push the ball downfield here.
Absent a play out of bounds. This is the last play of regulation. They do throw quickly to the far side. The Thaman, he has 6 yards, and with 7 seconds left, Elder with a faint pulse.
Faint pulse and 7 seconds left. It's going to make it real difficult. And LaSalle's defense did what they had to do, and yeah, they're going to give some love to the cheering section as always. Might as well. I mean, you come into the pit, you play as hard as you did. You deserve to celebrate a victory.
This could be the last play of the football game. 35-24 LaSalle. The Panthers with a 2nd and 4 from the LaSalle 26. Eastep steps up. This is the last play of the game, absent a penalty, and he will run out of bounds. And that is it. The LaSalle Lancers have defeated the Elder Panthers at the pit, 35-24. The 2024 regular season comes to an end. The Panthers finished 5-5 and 0-3 in the GCL South. They will move on to the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Football Playoff beginning next week. The LaSalle Lancers finished 8-2. That's good for 3rd place in the GCL South. And they will also start their Division II state playoff next week. The final score once again, LaSalle 35, Elder 24. Back to wrap things up from the pit after this on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Look at this, Mark.
Yeah. Lot to manage, a lot going, and fantastic game up to the point, and can't really fault the Caden. He played a great game.
Yep, he did, and that you saw it, and it was like, no, and everybody was like, oh my gosh, because we've seen so many miracle endings. You kind of like, okay, we're gonna just nick it down, and last second score, and Elder goes up. But hey, I don't know, Joe Harbin, can you hear us?
I am here.
All right, there he
Hey,
is. Joe.
It was real quick.
Yeah.
It was a great game. I'm sorry for the seniors for Elder, but I'm happy for the Lancers.
Yeah, I mean they earned it. They played, and Pat McLaughlin played a whale of a game, and look, they came in prepared, and they had a great game plan, and they executed well, and
they did.
Got out with a win. So you got to brush it off. You finish the season 5-5, and but Joe, how does this little setback hurt the Panthers? I know not all the games are finished yet, but I'm going to switch it over to you, and let's hear your perspective.
Yeah, so going into tonight, Elder controlled their own destiny in terms of getting at least a first-round game. It would kind of taken a lot for things to go wrong for that not to happen, and things are going right. So even with the Elder loss, they still are in good shape for a first-round home game next week. There was an outside shot with a win tonight if things broke their way up north with the Whitman Woods and Lebanon game, that Elder could have conceivably snuck up to the number 4 seed and got the double home game, but that's not to be with Elder's loss, and I think Whitman Woods even coming back to see it against Lebanon. So even with a win, unlikely that Elder would have got the double home game. So realistically, win or lose, Elder was looking somewhere between the 5th seed and the 8th seed, and right now we're waiting on one north with Springboro and Miamisburg with 12 minutes left in that game to figure out if the Elder's going to be the 7th seed, if Springboro hangs on, or if they're going to drop to the 8th seed if Miamisburg comes back. And with Moeller at the number 1 seed and reaching for that all squared away, I think if you're an Elder fan, you're trying to do your best to kind of stay away from the juggernaut known as Archbishop Moeller.
Yeah, you kind of like to let somebody else have that fun right away, wouldn't you, Joe?
Yeah, and speaking of, just got the update from Springboro. Springboro held on against Miamisburg, so it looks as though Elder is going to be the 7th seed in reaching for. So I know there's probably a lot of disappointment for anyone watching the game tonight. And kind of, like you said, some last-second heroics, but if Elder would have won, they would have been the 5th seed, and they would have been one step closer to Moeller. And so, like I said, let someone else see if they can get rid of Jim Moeller before maybe Elder gets them later on in the playoffs if they're fortunate enough to win the first couple games.
Well, let's why don't we hit it on here? Let's get into the.
Yeah. Are you able to run it down yet, Joe?
Yeah, it looks like we have most of the important scores. There's some difference in the point spread, the Harvard total, so we have pretty good comfort of where things are expected to be. So it's good on the top 8, and may take a breather, and then we'll get to the last, the bottom 8. So number 1 seed is going to be Moeller. I didn't even check their score tonight because they already had a clinch before they played. So 9-1, 35 around there. So Moeller, the lead dog in Region 4. Number 2, Tom Bolden and Lakota West, 9-1. Just edging out number 3, Whitten Woods, by less than a half a point. So things could still go sideways with those 2 teams, but we're looking at Moeller, Lakota West, and the top 3. And the last team that's scheduled to get the double home game would be Princeton Vikings.
And they get a big win tonight.
They had a tough game tonight, didn't they, Joe?
I think they,
Princeton.
They got past the Coleraine tonight, so.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, another winless year for Coleraine, but hopefully things turn around for them pretty soon. Number 5 seed, with everyone kind of bumping up a spot with Elder's loss. Number 5 will be the Hamilton Big Blue. They've turned it around in recent years, and it's probably one of the highest seeds they've had in recent memory. So you can imagine maybe in week 12 you have a GMC matchup with Princeton versus Hamilton in the 4-5 game if the seeds hold. And then number 6 is the St. Xavier Bombers. So just like Elder, looks like St. Xavier's going to be the opposite side of the bracket as Moeller. And then number 7 we have Elder. And number 8 we have Lakota East.
Oh, wow.
Did they beat Oak Hills tonight?
That's what we have. I don't know if we have a final on that, but they were up last I checked. So,
Okay.
With the win, they would be 8. If not, they might drop a spot or 2.
Okay. So honestly, Joe, Elder came in at number 7 before the game, and they ended at 7 with a loss, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So those are your top 8 seeds. It looks as though Lakota East was up. I think that's 2 or 3 scores over Oak Hills last set.
So Joe, let's go ahead and do the bottom 8, and then we can kind of talk about matchups and such. Go ahead.
So we have number 9 seed would be West Claremont. So they would be matched up with Lakota East in the first round. Number 10 seed finishing 5-5 would be the Mason Comets. And they would come to Elder presumably next week in the first round of the playoffs. Mason's always a dangerous team. They won't be too happy next week because they had a rough one tonight against Lakota West. Lakota West kind of took it to them, so you can imagine if you're an Elder supporter, you're going to get a pretty angry
Comet
team looking for a little payback after what they experienced tonight. So,
okay.
Elders played Mason in the playoffs, I think, a number of years ago. I think at Mason.
Yeah.
And I think a 1-point Mason win. So Mason won't be too happy coming off the win, but I think Elder, looking back at the history books a little bit, they have a little bit of a bad taste in their mouth, and maybe they want to take out some frustration on the Comets next week. Number 11 is Milford, and they will be squared up with St. Xavier. 12 is Oak Hills Highlanders, and they will be facing the Hamilton Big Blue in a 5-12 game. The 13th seed will be Fairfield, and they will be facing the 4-seeded Princeton Vikings, so another GMC matchup there. Little Miami is the 14th seed, would travel to Whitten Woods. And then the 15th seed, Walnut Hills, will take on Lakota West. And a little rivalry game, if you can call it that this year. 16th seeded Sycamore will play Moeller.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Well, that's a neighborhood rivalry, too, but unfortunately, Sycamore ended up 1-9. Matter of
throw out the records, but I'm not sure about
yeah,
that one.
but
Yeah.
Joe, matter of fact, did the last 3 teams or the last 4 teams in Region 4 end up 1-9? I know
16, 15, and 14 ended up 1-9, and Fairfield with a 2-8.
2-8. So okay, so really there is a drop off, big old drop off. Yeah.
Once you get past 12, it's and then especially those teams are going to be facing the
top
4 teams in the region.
Right.
So they will get their double home games.
Presumably, yes.
Yeah. So Joe, if we could, let's just assume the next round, next Friday night, the home team secures wins, and then you would have Lakota East against Moeller, Elder against Lakota West, Elder against Winton Woods, and Hamilton against Princeton. You want to handicap any of that right now or not really?
I think you got some fun matchups. In the first round, I think the matchup in the first round that's probably the best one in the region is Elder and Mason. It's funny, both teams are actually finished 5-5 in the season.
Huh.
We talked about how tough some of the teams at the bottom end are going to have some struggles next week, but I think that Elder Mason game will be a fun game to watch, and hopefully we get a big crowd out there next week. Elder's been through the gauntlet this year.
Yeah, they have.
They've played anybody and everybody, it seems like. So if you're talking about a team that at 5-5.
And they've had a lot of heartbreak too, Joe. A lot of heartbreak this year.
Yeah, they've had a number of games that were close down the stretch. And on the flip side, the game where they had the last-second field goal against Louisville St. X. So if you're an Elder fan, you're thinking, wow, they're a couple plays away from being 7-3, but they're maybe a kick away from being 4-6 too. So it's a eventful season. It's one of these things where pretty much every team in the region makes the playoffs. And what does the regular season really matter? What's the point? It was a great 10-game slate for Elder this year, and kind of starting the next season next week against Mason. And I was watching the TV news last week, and they said the team you don't want to face in Region 4 is Elder, and I think there's a lot to that. Because you look at the teams that Elder lost to. They lost to LaSalle on a last-second pick six. They lose to the team from Maryland on a two-point conversion. They go for St. Ed's and only lose by 7. They lose to St. X on a play with 2 minutes to go. They're not your run-of-the-mill 5-5
You're right.
football team.
And Joe, 3 of the 5 losses for the Panthers were by a total of 13 points. Exactly what you're referring to. So sometimes the ball bounces your way and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, and when you look at it, they're a couple plays away from having that double bye with ease. So it's just one of those. It's definitely a unique season. I know it's not easy when they put the schedule together each year, and the injuries that they've had to overcome especially on the defensive end side of the ball. But what I was impressed with today, and I know Elder, they didn't rally to win, but this was the first time since week 3 that they scored more than 20 points in regulation.
That's true.
And you wonder that you're always looking to take a positive out of any game you can. The offense, I thought, it's definitely improving, with the exception of the play at the end of the game. They seemed to be in control of what they were doing, and you hope that they take some of the positives from tonight into the playoffs next week. And like you were saying with the matchup, if the seeds hold going into week 12, I guess it will be, you could have a Elder Lakota West matchup. I know over the years.
Last year, that's what ended Elder's season, right?
Yeah, a couple times in recent years.
Yeah.
And they've had their games over the years with Tom Bolden at Lakota West and Nicole Rain, and one of the things that both teams are real familiar with each other, but we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We all remember, I guess it was a couple years now, when Elder was in another 7-10 game, and Cole Rain came in. And I don't know if any team got to stop that game.
I know. That was you're right. Yeah, there was no defense.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think maybe next week with so many teams making the playoffs, you might not have a ton of great matchups, but just looking how the bracket would set up if the seeds hold, that following week could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it could. And Joe Harbin, one thing when you look at this Elder Panther team, we mentioned the difficulties all year. They didn't have a lot of depth, and when the injury bug started hitting, it forced a lot of people coming up. And even tonight, you had many freshmen playing, a sophomore quarterback. This, excuse me, really shines for the future, getting these big games under your belt and seeing all this talent. And LaSalle, I mean, they have a big, strong group of players, and Pat McLaughlin had a wonderful game tonight. But you know, you learn, you learn from your mistakes, and Caden Estep, I'm sure he'd like to do anything to get that ball back into his hand. But these things happen, and you never forget them.
Yeah. And then Joe, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, and that's the thing that with where Elder stands now, they've been through the ringer, probably one of the toughest schedules in the state, and you start fresh, you clear the record. That interception tonight to end the game, that's in the past. You start over 0-0 next week, and you get the first round home game you were going to get anyway.
Right.
So.
And there's a lot to be said with some of these players getting healthy. You know, we mentioned on the broadcast today that George Gaduli came back for the first time since week 3, left as a leading tackler on the defense. So you get this game under his belt. Hopefully he comes out healthy, and you know, that could rise the tide and raise everybody's energy and enthusiasm as they look into the second season of the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah,
absolutely.
It's true. So, Joe, once again, as we look forward, kind of give some of your projections on once again. Of course, Elder's playing Mason next week, but if you could kind of project out some of these matchups, obviously Muller and Sycamore, I mean, you can kind of go down west and Walnut Hill. I mean, you know, there's some big mismatches on this. But how do you see this thing playing out next week and project things forward if you could?
I think there's a pretty, I don't want to jinx anything with, Elder's got probably one of the toughest first-round games with Mason, but we talked about some of the records for some of the higher-seeded teams versus the lower-seeded teams. I think that with the higher-seeded teams playing at home, I don't expect to see many surprises next week. But what I'm looking at is kind of how the different sides of the bracket shake out with, on Moeller's side of the bracket, you have Moeller as the 1, Dakota East as the 8, and then Princeton and Hamilton as the 4-5. And early in the year, I think Moeller took it to Princeton. I'm not sure Hamilton has what it takes to get past Moeller. But then you look at the other side of the bracket with Lakota West as the 2, Elder to the 7, Whitten Woods the 3, and St. Xavier the 6. That, you talk about some games that the seeds hold going into week 12. St. X versus Whitten Woods and Elder at Lakota West.
I know.
Those are fun games. And you think, well, if you can avoid the Moeller side of the bracket, but really I would say probably maybe the next 4 best teams in the region, maybe not, but they might all be on the other side of the bracket. And we've seen what Lakota West and Whitten Woods finishing at 9-1, and we all know what Elder and St. Xavier bring to the table. So some of those, I guess, the regional quarterfinal matchups. Those are it's something to look forward to. You don't want to look too far ahead, because if you do that, you might not get to that far. But yeah, I'd say that maybe the under the radar second round game would be that Whitten Woods St. Xavier. That just seems to be that could be real.
Yeah, I think
because Whitten Woods, they got the defense, and even if St. Xavier's going to play defense, and with obviously the Herbstreit as the quarterback, they're going to put up their fair share. But just that seems to be a real fun one to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, the Bombers are one of those teams that I think another one that no one wants to face either. They have the numbers, the people, and you know, Chase Herbstreit's he's a streaky kind of quarterback. You know, if he's hot, you never know what could happen. You definitely know they have the numbers of players over at St. X.
Yeah. And I remember one year, a number of years back, St. X was 5-5 going into the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. I think they won state with that 5-5 record. So you just never know. You get on a roll and you get hot, and things can fall your way. Maybe some teams get upset, and all of a sudden, it works out. So So it makes it fun.
St. Xavier was the team in Region 4 that gave Moeller the best game that they had all year, and I think St. Xavier's probably peaking at the right time. So, but yeah, that side of the bracket with Elder, Lakota West, St. Xavier, and Whitten Woods,
That's strong.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It is.
Well, let's kind of regroup for the people just joining us. If you're getting back to your car or you're heading home, I think most people are probably there by now, even if you live out in way out west. But if you're tuning in once again, we're talking to Joe Harbin, our Harbin expert on Prep Sports Radio Network. Joe has plotted out the top 16, and we're going to go over it one more time. And Joe, once again, why don't you start from the top for those who are just joining us, and we'll run through it one more time before we call it a night.
Sounds good. So the top 8, we got number 1, Moeller, number 2, Lakota West, number 3, Whitten Woods, and number 4, Princeton. And those teams, if they win next week, will get a second home game the following week. A 5th seed will be Hamilton, 6th seed will be St. Xavier, 7th seed Elder, and 8th seed will be Lakota East. And those teams will get home games in week 11, and if they're fortunate enough to win that, the seed's hold, they'll be on the road in week 12. Getting to the bottom 8 of the teams that made the playoffs in Region 4, we'll start on the matchups here. Will be number 9, West Claremont. Will travel to 8th seed of Lakota East. Number 10, Mason, will come to the pit next week to face 7th seeded Elder. Number 11, Milford, will travel to St. Xavier. Number 12, Oak Hills, will face number 5, Hamilton. Number 13, Fairfield, will face number 4, Princeton. Number 14, Little Miami, will travel to Whitten Woods. And number 15, Walnut Hills, will face Lakota West. And finally, number 16, Sycamore, will travel to wherever Moeller's playing next week.
Yeah, that's true. Didn't even think about that one.
Probably the Mount.
Could be, yeah.
They used to play home games at Sycamore, so.
Yeah, that would.
They're not going to allow that to happen.
Back in the
Trust
day.
me.
Yeah.
I guess you can only ask.
Yeah. All they can say is no, right, Joe?
Yeah, you don't know until you try it.
Well, Joe, thank you for all your input and telling folks. Really, it's a tough loss, but Tom, it really it didn't really hurt Elder as far as playoffs. So we're going to have a game here next week. I think that's one thing people were wondering about, and they locked that up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if Elder wins this game and they maybe get to a 5 seed and they're on the Moeller side, so then they would have to play Moeller, but this is forward thinking. So it is what it is. Elder had a great season. They played the best teams in the state of Ohio, if not broader than that. And coming away 5-5, a little disappointed. They could probably wish they had 3 games back that went their way, and it could be a totally different season and totally different expectations. But I think Doug and his staff are going to be ready. They're going to use the positives, think about what worked this year, and be ready to play a very talented and hot, I think, Mason Comet team, because I think they were on pretty much of a winning streak going into tonight's game. So it'll be fun, and hopefully they can pack the pit and bring Elder's 12th man back into vogue.
All right, do we have any score updates? Mark Freese has been working on scores. Steve, I'm going to hand these over to you.
All right.
You got your specs on here, and let's get people caught up with all the action of tonight.
Okay, and St. X Christian Life Academy, St. X 62, Christian Life Academy, nothing. It was Princeton all over Coleraine, 41-3. It was Lakota East over Oak Hills, 24-6. Anderson over Loveland, 40-23. Middletown over Fairfield in a close one, 28-21. Anderson over Loveland, 49-43. Those look like the finals that we have at this point. So.
Well, I think we got all the scores that we need.
The ones that we need, yeah.
Right.
And,
thank you, Mark Freese, for putting that all together.
Putting those scores for us. And, well, we're going to be back here next week at the pit, another home game. So, folks, you can try to get your tickets early. And, Steve, go ahead.
Just looking ahead, the Mason Comets, they lost to Lincoln Gahanna. They lost to Lakota East. They beat Oak Hills. They lost to Hamilton. They lost to Princeton. They beat Fairfield, Middletown, Coleraine, and Sycamore. So, and
a 4-game winning streak.
And they played Lakota West tonight and lost tonight to West. So they had put 4 games in a row together. Like you said, Tom, they were on a heater, but Lakota West kind of calmed that down a little bit.
And basically, Steve, on the scores that you just read, Mason beat the teams that they should have beaten, the GMC, and they probably lost to the higher-ranked teams in Region 4, which is probably why they ended up 5-5. So, yeah, it'll be a fun game next week.
Well, guys, we did it. We have another season in our belt loop there.
35
number
down.
35 down, and it's hard to believe. So the playoffs start, and you never know what happens from here on out. You keep on playing, or it's one and done. I know we always talk about early in the year the prepping for the season. We get here, the blazing sun's in our face. It's hotter than blue blazes. Very comfortable, mild night tonight. Perfect night for football, but it comes and goes so quick. We got Halloween next week and all that. So hopefully you can get your tickets to come and join us out at the pit. If you don't, you can hear us right here on Sacred Heart Catholic Radio on AM 740, or right now if you're up north of the city, AM 910, which is up in the Hamilton, Westchester, Middletown area.
Mason people probably get in on that next week.
Oh, it sizzles 910 up there in the Mason area. So, or the 24 time zones across the world, you can get on EH Sports, the video crew, the stuff they do. And I know this game was on 19.3, one of the digital channels over the air. For Channel 19, you can watch the games as well as on EH Sports, listening to our broadcast play-by-play. So however you join us, it's up to you. Of course, we'd love to see you here at the pit, but if not, tune in and listen. That's and see if they can't get win number 6 and keep this thing going.
Great.
Guys,
right.
anything?
It was a great season, guys. Look forward to next week. And the second season, as they say, starts against Mason here at the pit.
Well, for Paul back at the studio, for Steve and Tom, I'm Mark Bengal. We'll see you next week right here on the Prep Sports Radio Network.
Thanks, Joe.